Hello, everybody. Jesus, of course I had to burp during my intro. Hello, everybody. It's me. It's the Heather Journey. I am back. I am sorry I did not stream this morning. I was incredibly tired. Give Alice a shout out for the raid. They were doing some art. Wait a minute. You were playing the simulator. You weren't doing art. What the hell? Anyways, I just got done making dinner. I made some beef stroganoff, so I'm going to be eating that while we play this new game. This is a game I received for free from Keymailer. It's in early access right now, but you can get it on Steam. It is called Devilsliminal. It is a dark themed, I don't know if it's going to be considered horror, but it's a dark themed Yuri visual novel. So, it looked really interesting. Me and Mal and Alice played the, what was the game called? Game similar called We Know the Devil. So I thought it looked interesting enough. I love like psychological kind of games, and the characters look cool, and I thought it was a cool concept. So I decided we're gonna give it a try, everybody. New game. Early access build, there may be bugs. You can help by reporting bugs you find. Okay! Horror game that features difficult subjects. It does have the content warnings. Features horror themes, so it is a horror visual novel. Okay, I knew it was dark themed. Please review the contents warning. Unless otherwise specified, these warnings are for written text. Okay, general themes: abusive parent, sexual abuse, body anxiety, poverty, occult, and unreality. Okay. So if any of these themes are triggering for you, then I would suggest you mute or not indulge in the game, but it has already been declined. What you choose does not matter. Oh. Okay. But what do you mean? I didn't choose anything. What do you mean? I just wanted to start the game. What do you mean? 1950s. A young man lay in the New York snow. Moments before, his face had been smashed in by a tire iron. Jesus Christ. He could feel the cold on his raw, bruised skin. He swallowed. Blood had collected in his throat from his nose and mouth. It was becoming harder and harder for him to breathe. Would he be able to get up and go home? Would it be the cold or choking on his own blood that killed him first? In this moment, as he tried to ignore the chill climbing up his hands and feet, he thought of his favorite opera. I'm sorry. If I'm dying, I'm not gonna think of an opera before I'm dying. That's pretty wild. But I mean, I guess back then in the 50s, there wasn't that much going on to do, so I'm gonna make my 3D model a little bigger. It feels small to me. You guys need to see Shadow. You know, you need to see her, experience her, feel her. Not like actually feel her, but you know what I'm saying. He once managed to sneak in and see it during the Sunday matinee, sorry, excuse me. It opened with an aging man on his deathbed. Wondering the value of his work, and in his last moments before death, a demon came to him and promised him a second chance. Youth, a new life, and a beautiful young woman. As the man thought about the opera, he wondered, if these were his last moments, would a demon come to him? Could he ask for a second chance, a new life? The things he could do if he wasn't trapped by money and circumstances. Damn, right? That's what I'm saying over here. He woke up. With some difficulty, he sat up and brushed the thin layer of snow off himself. The demon never came to him. Oh, okay. Now we're back in the 2000s. June 7th. I think this is based in the 2000s. Sunday night. Okay, I believe Margot's main character. Save works. Ooh, I love the music. The music is very nice. Like, creepy, but also vibey. I like it. I'm digging. I'm vibing. From what I've heard, this game, the early access right now, because it's not finished, is about 6 hours in length, ish, give or take, depending on how fast you read. And the full game, they said they were going to add and expand upon it a lot. And they said the full game could be about 20 hours plus. So this game could definitely have so much more content to it by the time it comes out. But this is just a taste tester, just to be like, hey, this is the thing. This is the little snippet. It's going to get better later. So, but I'm going to give it my best review and see if there's any like feedback I have that I can send back to them. Margot lay in bed. Ooh, voice acting! It was weird being back in her old bedroom after 2 years. She hadn't expected how much she would adjust. I don't know why that D and J was disconnected, but it messed with my brain. She would adjust to living in a dorm on the other side of the state, but now it was her home that felt alien to her. She rolled over and examined the art on her walls, things she had drawn when she was a freshman in high school. Her old art was a little embarrassing to her, but it did serve as a nice reminder of how much she had improved. She would be starting college soon. She wondered if one day she would be embarrassed by whatever art she made in college, too. For now, tomorrow would be her first day at work. She felt incredibly lucky to find a summer internship in her hometown. Is this a paid internship? Because I think unpaid internships are fucking bullshit. Like, if you do any sort of work, you deserve to be paid for it. Period. Yeah, we have a few. We're good. Thank you. Apparently, they had been having a hard time finding the recent high school graduates who are interested in social work. Yes, they have unpaid internships. Can you believe that? That's fucking crazy. And you have to have them to graduate with some degrees. They told her it was the job that people were uninterested in, but Margot thought it might be that people wanted to leave town as soon as possible. Like she did. Yeah, that's wildin'. They wildin' out here. Her phone started buzzing. The text surprised her. She hadn't told anyone she was home yet. Lee, hey, heard you're back in town. Man, these old phones. I used to have one. I used to have a track phone. Looked very similar. And I had the minutes. I had the little minutes. Every time you sent a text, it was a half of a minute. And I would get like, I don't even know, like 300 minutes or something, like every month or whatever. I don't remember what the thing was, but want to hang out tomorrow? Ooh. She said the choices don't matter, so sure. Margaret considered whether or not she should respond. She was trying to make an effort to be more outgoing. Couldn't hurt to catch up with Lee, right? Lee, sure. Let's try to plan something tomorrow. I gotta head to bed now, though. Now that she had at least given him an explanation, it felt safe to go to sleep. June 8th, Monday morning. Okay, so this is the next morning. Even though she went to bed pretty early, Margot still felt exhausted when her alarm went off. She lay there for a while staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of the news on the television in the living room. After her snoozed alarm went off a second time, she heard her mother knock on the door and walk in. Margot turned to look at her. Are you up for work?
Yes.
Voice acting! That's so nice! Yes, for an indie game, that's super nice. Margot didn't really move from the bed. She doubted she was convincing. It's pretty hot out today, over 110. Jesus Christ.
Oh, in that case, can I get a ride to work?
No, I'm rushing out the door as it is. Once her mother stepped back out, she sat up and started rifling through her dresser drawers for an outfit. She wondered what it'd be like to walk to work. Margot's work wasn't too far from home, but the Arizona summer heat was oppressive. Oh, it's in Arizona. Yeah, that's gonna be hot as hell. Yep. Hot air rippled off the asphalt in the distance. Margot imagined a scene from a Western movie. In the distance, a shape broke the pattern of ripples. There was some sort of heap in the middle of the road. Margot narrowed her eyes in an effort to get a better look. What was it? When she realized she was looking at an animal, she rushed forward. She had only seen a cat outside once before. She knew they wouldn't survive long in this weather. Then leaning over to see that there weren't any injuries, Margot crouched down to see if the cat was still breathing. The cat's belly slowly rose and fell. Aww.
I hope I can move her without hurting her.
Poor kitty. Margot knew at minimum that the cat needed to get out of the road and needed water. Among the businesses near her new job, she remembered seeing a veterinarian office. Margot never had a pet before, wasn't sure how the veterinarian office worked. Would they accept walk-ins? She took off her jacket and swaddled the animal. Margot hurried to work after dropping the cat off at the veterinarian. She was afraid her boss would think it was a lousy excuse for being late to her first day. Fortunately, she seemed to be understanding. The start of the day consisted of orientation for the new summer interns and being shown around the veterans' home. Oh, it's a veterans' home. Okay. It was a retirement home. Oh my god, children! What the fuck? Son? Are you okay? He wild. Elderly and disabled military veterans. After lunch and meeting more of the staff, the day was almost over. Margot's new boss waved her over for a chat. Erica, okay. I noticed your eyes during lunch. Do you have heterochromia?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's cool. Very pretty. Thank you. I don't think I've met anyone with heterochromia before. Well, anyway, you're moving to California for college soon. Oh, I guess not all of it's voice acted, but some of it is. Yes, in August. What do your parents think about you moving so far from home? Oh, it's fine. You're pretty brave. I ended up staying in Arizona for college. I wasn't able to live that far away from my family when I was 18. Yeah, I've had a lot of friends say that. What do you think you'll study in school? I'm not sure yet. Well, I hope you'll enjoy working in the social services department here. Happy to answer any questions about being a social worker. After talking a bit more about the veterans' home and the residents, it was time for Margot to head out. I'm assuming the full version is going to have, like, full voice acting, like, all the way through. Just as Margot reached the doors in the lobby, she felt her phone vibrate. Lee, I'm still free if you are. Margot felt flustered. With everything that's happened that morning, she completely forgot to text Lee. She started fumbling with her phone to type a quick response. Suddenly, she felt a bump, and her phone clattered to the ground.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there.
Oh, whoa.
It's
Nice
okay.
hair.
I shouldn't have been standing by the door.
The stranger crouched down to pick up Margot's phone. She handed it back to Margot with a smile. Don't worry about it. Have a good night. Margot quickly shook off the embarrassment and got back to texting. Sure. Sorry, I was really busy this morning and forgot. I can meet up now. Let's meet at the library. It's been a while since she'd been to the library in her neighborhood. Sometimes Margot would meet up with her friend Nikki and walk around the desert, then stop at the library to have snacks. On weekends, she would sometimes come alone to read comics. Sitting there again felt nostalgic. Lee arrived a moment after she did. He looked exactly the same as she remembered. What's up, bro? Hey, good to have you back in town. Margot smiled at him. He sat down next to her and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I thought you quit. It's hard, man. I keep starting again when I get stressed. She nodded a little as he lit one. So, where you been the last couple years? There's a bunch of different rumors. It's like we were talking one day, then you dropped off the face of the earth. Been in school?
Well,
I went to school in another city. In another city? Why? Were you in trouble or something?
no.
No. Nothing like that. I wanted to be able to go to a better college. Oh yeah? Did that work? Yep. I'm leaving at the end of the summer. Oh. They looked up for a moment and frowned. I guess we'll have to get lots of time in together while you're still here, huh? Guess so. You know, I've been thinking about school, too. Because of you. Really? Yeah, maybe community college or something. There was yelling from the parking lot. Margot and Lee looked up to see what it was. Margot! Margot's mother had pulled up near them. Huh? Mom? I've been looking everywhere for you! Let's go!
Okay.
Margot turned to Lee and gave him an embarrassed smile. He shrugged and put out a cigarette on the bench. See you around. They both got up. Lee gave Margot a quick hug. Yeah, see ya. In the car, Margot looked out the window. Margot's mother stared her head at the road. I've been looking everywhere for you. What do you mean? You weren't at work. I thought you were busy. You didn't say you were going to pick me up. Well, I was off work earlier than I expected. Margot abruptly woke up. It wasn't her alarm, but a phone call that jolted her awake.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Silva, we have an update on the cat you brought in. She was severely dehydrated, but has made a full recovery. Good job! Happy kitty! Oh, that's great. Were you able to find out if she has an owner? We didn't find a chip. Do I need to pick her up then? Margot didn't know what to do now. She couldn't keep a cat. Normally, yes, but we can't find her.
What?
What? Margot wondered if she was still asleep. We would still need you to come in to pay for her treatment. What do you mean? How did you lose her? Ma'am, either way, her medication costs money. Okay, I'll pay for it when you find her. Margot hung up and rolled her over to sleep until her alarm went off. At least she was recovered before they lost her. Then there was a knock at her door. Her mother walked in. Are you up for work? She would not be able to wait for her alarm. Yes. It's pretty hot out today, over 110. Margot pulled her sheet up further as though she'd been able to squeeze out a little more rest that way. Same as yesterday, huh? You want a ride? Sure. Sure, thanks. Alright, tell me when you're ready. Her mother sighed. You really need to learn how to drive. When Margot arrived at work, Erica sat her down for a quick meeting. I did some thinking last night on what I'd like to work on. I'd like you to work on. I think it'd be a good idea for you to help me organize the resident files. She gestured over to the filing cabinet, cartoonishly stuffed with files poking out from open drawers. Obviously, the information in them is confidential, but take a look at some of the documents. I think seeing some of these files will give you a better idea of what the residents are like. Maybe you can spend some time with them. Sure. Where do you want me to start? Erica set about showing Margot the files and what needed to be done. Once Margot got into the rhythm, Erica stepped out and left her alone in the office. Margot was glad it'd be a quiet day. She realized she felt nervous about the prospect of talking to residents. What would they have to talk about? A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me. Oh. Margot looked up and put on a professional smile. How can I help you? I'm trying to find my grandma's room, 203. That's up on the second floor. Want me to show you? Yeah, sure. They walked to the elevator and rode to the second floor. Margot couldn't help looking at her. Where had they met before? Didn't we bump into each other yesterday? Margot realized she had been staring and quickly turned away. Yeah, sorry about that. Don't sweat it. Did you start working here recently? I haven't seen you before. Yeah, I started yesterday. I'm just here for the summer. Oh, cool. Well, I'm planning on having lunch here. Want to sit together? Yes!
Sure.
Sit together with the cute girl, yes!
Yeah!
Margot wasn't sure if the girl was serious about her lunch invitation. Worst case, she figured she could sit by herself and do some drawing. After grabbing her tray, she looked around. There were various other visitors and staff scattered around. Sure enough, she saw the girl sitting at a table in the corner of the room. The girl looked up and waved at Margot. Margot walked over and sat across from her at the table.
Hey, Margot! I wasn't sure if you were going to join me.
They're totally giving me Max and Chloe vibes from Life is Strange. She's got, like, the cool, like, tomboy rocker vibes like Chloe does. And then, Margot's kind of has, like, the shy, kind vibes like Max.
I came by to visit my grandma by myself today, so I was kind of dreading having lunch alone. She usually likes to nap around noon.
Hey.
What's up?
What's your name?
Oh, sorry. I got ahead of myself.
The girl extended her hand out to Margot. They shook. Margot felt something like deja vu.
I'm back.
Back?
I'm staying with my mom for the summer, so I'm trying to find people to hang out with.
Well, you got a girl right here.
I get that.
Oh yeah, you mentioned you're just here for the summer too? Sorry, I'm eating some of my food. I thought there would be more time for eating in between texts. God damn it. Yeah, I just graduated from high school. Now I'm working till college starts. Me too. Well, I'm helping my mom with work. I don't know if that counts. Sure it does. So your grandma lives here? What did she do in the military? She was in the Army Nurse Corps. She's pretty cool. They chatted for the rest of lunch. To Margot, Beck seemed so animated and excited to meet her. As they talked, Margot started to feel a little less afraid of being home. So she doesn't like home very much. Margot knew she was asleep, but she still felt present, aware. Oh, like sleep paralysis. Damn. Was this a lucid dream? She read about them before, but she couldn't remember if she had ever had one before. She sat up in her bed. How funny. The first time she had a lucid dream, and it takes place in her bedroom. I mean, where else would she have it? A girl sat at the foot of Margot's bed.
Listen,
Oh. She didn't recognize
I
her.
need your help.
Oh,
My help? What's going on?
I am trapped.
she's very pretty. I love her hair.
I'll show you how to help me. Why me?
What? I do get the feeling that there's definitely like more text they're definitely going to add because some of the scenes seem to kind of end abruptly. So I'm hoping they'll like expand upon those scenes and make them feel a little bit more believable and less abruptly ending. Which I'm sure that's in the plans of the developers. They said they're going to like extend the game like probably 3 times what it is now, so. Margot woke up groggy. She wondered why she rarely felt rested and awake in the morning. Maybe this time it had to do with that strange dream. She rolled onto her back and stretched out. Reaching out her hands, she felt something. The kitty! What? She looked up to see a cat curled up in the corner of her bed. She was the same one from earlier in the week. The cat that the veterinarian lost somehow. How are you here? The cat stared back. From the expression on the cat's face, Margot half expected her to respond. But instead, Margot was left trying to fill in the blanks for how she ended up in her room. Her parents had a strict no-pet rule. She doubted her mother would have a sudden change of heart. I don't have a litter box or cat food. She didn't know anything about taking care of a cat. That's pretty much it. Water, litter box, and cat food, and just make sure you clean and take care of it. She reached out to stroke the cat's back. The cat bubbled along with her hand. But I can't just leave you outside again. Margot's mother started knocking on her door, startling both Margot and the cat. Margot turned to the door, feeling herself panicking. How would she explain this? The doorknob turned and her mother walked in. Are you awake? Margot tried sitting in front of the cat to buy herself time. Yes. Let me know when you're ready. Her mother turned and left. No reaction to the cat. Margot sat there, stunned and confused. There was no way just sitting up more actually hid the cat. She turned around to check on her. Nothing was there. What? Work? I was shaping up to be another quiet day at work. Margot sorted through the files, and after a while she found herself creating little stories about each resident. She noticed how much their examinations varied. Some residents seemed to only be limited by physical complication. Others struggled with drawing a clock or knowing what day it was. After a while, she went from imagining what the person was like to imagining what she would be like in old age. Is there any way to predict something like that? She didn't really know her grandparents or how they might have passed away, so she couldn't make any guesses based on that. It felt overwhelming. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She shouldn't think about this. She closed the file and stared ahead for a moment. In her bag, there was a dull, buzzing noise. She grabbed her phone and flipped it open. There was a text from Nikki. Why didn't you tell me your bag, girl? I had to find out from Lee. I didn't know you'd still talk to him. Margot felt her stomach twist with guilt. Nikki was right to be mad. She briefly wondered when Nikki would have run into Lee. Sorry, it's been really busy. Getting ready for college and working. It's okay, gonna get busier. We gotta hang out when we can. You're right. We could go to the mall this weekend. Have you been? No, it opened while I was gone. Cool, let's do that. Yeah, sure. Great, I'm excited. I'll see what day I'm free. When Margot got home, she thought about her conversation with Nikki. She realized she hadn't really checked her messages, email, or anything since she got home. No idea if any old friends had been trying to reach her. She logged in and scrolled through some updates. A lot of it seemed to be about trips to beaches and lake houses, storm shopping with parents. She felt a small pang. When she glanced at her new messages, there was a message request.
Ow.
She didn't recognize the name, but she couldn't help being curious. Helen. Is your dad Victor Silva? I think we might be related. Margot reread the message. Then her gaze shifted to the name and image. She kept trying to figure out who this woman could be, if anything about her was familiar. Nothing came up. Maybe she could ask her mother? She wanted to get something from the kitchen anyway. In the living room, her mother was on the couch. Her mother anxiously leaned forward in her seat as she watched a show on the television. It was a VHS recording her mother made of a soap opera episode. Ooh, a VHS. I remember those. Good times. You used to have to rewind them every time you played them because when it would play, it would like stop wherever you stopped. So if it was at the end of the DVD or the end of the VHS, it would stop there, and then you'd have to go and rewind the entire tape instead of just like going to the menu and like clicking replay or whatever. You had to like go and rewind it. It's crazy. I have a quick question. My mother waved her hand at Margot and paused the show. You know I'm watching my show. It only takes 45 minutes. She would play again, signaling the conversation was over. Well, damn, Mom. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna save again. I don't know why I feel the urge to. Margot continued to the kitchen. Feeling pretty tired, she put together a sandwich. She carefully inspected the bread, making sure her aunts hadn't gotten to it yet. After eating in the kitchen, she quickly washed up the dishes and went back to her room. Thinking about the message, the cat, the text with Nikki, Margot started drifting off to sleep. She heard a loud sigh in the kitchen sink running as her mother rewashed the dishes. Why was she rewashing the dishes? Rewashing? Margot, hurry up. Come to the living room. Margot instantly woke at the sound of her mother's voice. What's going on? I need to tell you something very important. Okay. Margot threw her clothing on as quickly as possible, wondering what could be so urgent. She rushed out of her room. What is it? I won't be here tonight, so be sure to lock up and turn off the stove before you go to bed. Okay, what's up? You don't need to worry about that. Okay. Well, damn, Mom, just don't give me any information, that's fine. While walking to the veterans' home, Margot wondered whether her mother could be going that night. Her mother had never spent that night out before. Parents didn't really have friends they'd visit. What if she had started dating? But it had only been a couple of months. I'm assuming either her dad died or they got divorced? Question mark? She needed to stop thinking about that stuff anyway, because her dad's not really been in her scenes at home, so... She noticed a bush down the road rustling. There had been construction lately. Margot didn't want to find out if there were scorpions around. Ooh, yeah, you gotta remember scorpions are a thing in the desert. She quickened her pace. She passed by the house. She heard a noise. A faint meow. She turned around and saw a familiar friend in the middle of the sidewalk. Hey. You're everywhere, aren't you? Kitty cat. The cat came up closer to her. Margot kneeled down to scratch her head. You keep running off. Do you live around here? The cat stared. Maybe I shouldn't expect a response from a cat. Margot stood back up. I'll see you later. I need to get to work. Cat lay down in the middle of the sidewalk, staring at Margot as she walked away. Margot looked out the window. It looked a little overcast, so Margot decided to go for a walk during her lunch break. Out in the surrounding neighborhood, there was an abundance of oleander bushes in front of the homes. She remembered when she was little and being cautioned about how dangerous the plant was. There was so much from her childhood she couldn't remember. The most random of bits and details would occasionally surface. She had forgotten the faces of any of her old friends. But she remembered begging her mom to let her cross the street when walking to her bus stop so that she could avoid even accidentally touching oleanders. She briefly thought about the weird things happening since she got home. The girl in her dream, the guy that seemed to disappear and reappear out of nowhere. Margot's phone started vibrating in her pocket. Margot pulled out her phone. Hey, are you free after work today? I think so. What's up? We can hang out at the park or something. Hell yeah. You mean, a date? A date? Sure, I'll let you know when I finish work. Great, see you then. With another activity planned and a new potential friend, Margot was happy that the week seemed to be turning around. But I still have a lot of questions. Margot sat down in the lobby and texted Beck that she was ready to head out. I'll be there soon. Margot briefly wondered if Beck might not show up at all. Why did she think that? After a while, her phone buzzed again. I'm in the parking lot, convertible. Margot quickly picked up her bag and headed outside. Beck was parked in a spot near the entrance. When Margot spotted her, she started waving her over. Margot walked over and got in the passenger seat. It was a little older and dusty, but cozy with just 2 seats. Seeing Beck's car reminded Margot she dreamed of getting her own convertible if she ever got a driver's license. She felt a little jealous. Yeah, I've never had a... Ooh, look at her being cool with her sunglasses. Okay, girl. Hey, ready to go? Beck flashed a big grin at Margot. She looked at Beck, examining her own reflection in her sunglasses. Feeling a little sweaty and tired from the workday, she felt out of place in what she considered her dream car. Noticing her expression, Beck took off her sunglasses and gave Margot a curious look. Everything okay? Sorry, I realized I'm a little tired. I'm ready. Alright. After driving for a bit, Margot noticed they weren't in her neighborhood anymore. She'd assumed they were going to the park down the street. Have you been to the Colorado River?
Yeah?
Yeah, why? I figured we could hang out there. Beats looking at the dead grass at the park here. Sure, as long as we're not actually going in the river. Beck laughed. No, I would have warned you to bring a swimsuit in that case. Once they were out of the residential area, Beck turned on the radio. It was set to the classic rock station that reached their town. Did you grow up here? Yeah, I only left for a couple years for school. Cool. I lived here when I was a little kid, but then my parents started moving around a lot. My mom moved back to be closer to my grandma. That's what happened with my dad. I guess now that I'm heading off to college, she wants to be around her. Yeah. I read that right. I don't know why my brain thought I read that wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm kind of surprised at how much it feels the same as I remember. Whoa, I'm impressed you remembered all that from when you were little. I only remember bits and pieces. I have a pretty good memory. Since you were gone for a while, does it feel any different from being home? Busy in a good way. It's been busier than I expected, in a good way. My friends have been reaching out. I'm enjoying my internship so far. Beck nodded. I'm excited to get to know you. Yeah, and I'm excited about getting to know you. Beck smiled. Why is that? Margot blushed. Well, I kind of felt deja vu when we met. I hope that doesn't sound weird. Beck shook her head. Not at all. I felt that way too. They parked at the nature reserve and picked a well-worn trail near the water. I forgot there were nature areas like this. It's all desert in town, you know? Yeah, I really like it out here. By the way, are you not much of a swimmer? Why do you ask? Beck smiled lightly. You seemed worried about it earlier. Margot felt embarrassed. I'm not a strong swimmer. Beck laughed and patted her on the back. If you fall in, I'll save you, okay? Despite getting teased, Margot did feel reassured. They walked for a bit, with Beck stopping at each new sign about the local flora. Her face seemed to light up as she eagerly looked around to find each plant. She crouched down, closely examining a cluster of flowers.
Margot.
Hey, look at this one. Margot crouched down beside her. It was an unfamiliar white and purple flower. A purple flower? For me? Like a me? Is it another kind of paintbrush flower? Nope, this is a pretty rare one. An Arizona passion flower. Oh, whoa. Like passion fruit? Yep. I'm surprised this is here. It only grows in a different part of the state. Huh. I wonder how it got here. Only the plant knows. I wish I brought a camera or something. I could draw it. Really? Yeah, she's an artist. Oh, that looks so nice. Margot took out her sketchbook and made a quick gestural drawing. Beck watched. I can't believe you could just do that. Me too, Beck. I don't understand how artists do what they do, man. I'm an author, not an artist. Margot smiled. Well, I'm an artist of words, not of drawing. The food! I'm trying to eat it before it gets cold. It's starting to get cooler now. It's so good, though. Okay. I'll do a little more reading. After a bit, they emerged from a grown-over area to a more curated park with a snack stand. This area was pretty packed. Most of the seating seemed to be taken, and the stand had a long line. Margot suddenly felt aware of how late it was getting, and wondered if her mother would be upset if she came home late. I'll get us something. You know what? If somebody's gonna get me free food, I'm fucking gonna take it, bro. The area was pretty full. Empty Ramadas were in low supply. Oh, she took her jacket off. Oh, she's cute. I can find a spot to sit. Is that okay? Yep, good luck out there. Margot handed Beck some cash for her half and wandered off to find a spot. After a moment, Beck came back. She handed her the extra change. Good eye. I didn't see this bench. She patted Margot's shoulder. Oh, I want to see your drawing again. Sure. Margot pulled out her sketchbook and laid it open for Beck. I can't believe that took you, what, minutes? Beck watched as Margot flipped through her
Do you want to be
sketchbook.
an artist?
I think so. Maybe I could do comics or something.
That would be so cool. What kind of comics?
Probably something supernatural. Ghost and stuff.
Supernatural, my favorite show. It felt so easy to spend the afternoon with Beck. Margot wondered if Beck might think Margot was being too friendly with her. After a bit more exploring, they headed back to the car. The night air during the drive felt refreshing after spending the afternoon in the sun. An interview with the band played on the radio. When they got closer to Margot's neighborhood, the familiar sights made her snap back to reality.
Beck?
Whoop, there goes gravity. Margot, can we park at the shopping center and walk to my place? No problem. The neighborhood felt completely still. It felt like the only noise was their footsteps. Margot looked at Beck. She seemed deep in thought.
Hey,
What's on your mind? Beck was looking up at the sky. The stars aren't like this in the rest of the country. Margot looked up as well. She hadn't noticed before, but the sky was bright with stars. She wondered how it would compare to the sky over her future school. You haven't lived in another state before, right? No, my private school wasn't that far away. Do you think you'll miss Arizona when you move? I don't know yet. I'll miss my friends, but I can text them. Probably have a boyfriend, right? Would you have to do long distance? Margot blushed. Why did she feel nervous about Beck asking her that? I don't. Really? What about you? Yeah, it just didn't work out. What about you? Do you have a boyfriend? That's not really my thing. Dating? She's into girls, Margot! There was a loud growl and hiss at their feet. Beck leapt away. Shit! Go away! Go away! She scrambled to scare away the cat in front of them. Beck's efforts were rewarded with more hissing. Oh, that's my new friend. No, I hate it! She kept waving her hands at the cat and almost kicked and scratched. Hey, I think if you'll relax, she'll stop. Beck seemed to be near tears. Make it go away! Margot kneeled down next to the cat. She couldn't stand by while both Beck and the cat were getting more and more agitated. Hey, you! The cat leaned in to rub her face on Margot's hand, but still growling. I need you to be nice to Beck, okay? Margot picked her up and scurried to the other side of the road to plop her on the sidewalk there. The cat sat down and rolled onto her side, staring at them. Margot returned to Beck, who was breathing deeply. I think we're safe now. I barely believe you. They walked another block with no cat in sight, and Beck eased up. I'm sorry for ending the night on that note. It's fine. Oh, I thought of something. Do you like museums? I love museums. There's some local ones we could go to. Check out some pioneering tools, that sort of thing. Margot smiled at her. I like that. Beck stopped for a moment. She looked at Margot with a nervous expression. She glanced
Can I
down.
ask you something?
Oh? Sure.
Can I hold your hand?
Oh! Listen, hand holding! Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa! Oh. Margot wanted to be excited, but Margot looked around. I hope I didn't assume too much. Margot looked back at her. No, it's not that. They were at the end of her block, close enough to see her home. She noticed the lights were off and remembered her mother was out for the night. What if the mother was home after all? Margot remembered the couple of times friends did come near the trailer. Afterwards, her mother would scold her about the culture shock of seeing it. Start asking who they were, if Margot was trying to sneak her into her room, and if her mother was home but kept the lights off. It wouldn't have been the first time. Yes! Hold her hand! Be brave! Be bloody, bold, and resolute! And gay. Always be gay. Yeah, of course. Beck took Margot's hand and smiled. I really should have asked earlier. Margot blushed and lightly squeezed Beck's hand. Her hand felt much more delicate than Margot expected. Eventually they reached Margot's. So, this is your place? Margot wasn't sure what Beck would think, seeing that Margot lived in a trailer. Yeah, sorry for making us walk. It's fine, I get it. You're embarrassed of me. No, it's nothing like that. I forgot my mom wasn't home. Beck laughed. You know that sounds worse, right? Margot cringed, making Beck laugh some more. I ship it. I know, right? The gay! I'm kidding. Beck let go of Margot's hand to hop the brick fence in front of her home. They paused for a moment on the front porch. Thanks for walking me home, even if it wasn't necessary. Thanks for saving me from wild animals. Beck stood there for a beat, looking at Margot. She felt like Beck was scrutinizing her expression, deciding what to do next. Alright, I'll say goodbye. This was really nice. I thought so too. Text me when you get home? Of course. After a moment, she left the porch, hopped over the fence, and walked off into the night. Margot stood outside, watching her walk away. When she was out of sight, Margot walked inside and locked the sliding glass door. She felt a sudden jolt of fear. What if her mother was home? It was already a huge risk just talking to Beck on the porch, let alone what if her mother saw? But it remained quiet inside. Her stomach growled. She forgot about having dinner. Realizing how hungry she was, she went to the kitchen to see if there was anything quick she could make. When she opened the cabinets, they were all empty. Damn. She checked the pantry for paper plates, but couldn't find any. Margot sighed to herself. She turned the lights back off and stood in front of the glass door. She looked at the stars in the sky, thinking about the sensation of Beck's fingers interlaced with hers. Friday! When Margot checked the living room in the morning, her mother wasn't there. The dishes were still hidden away. Unsure what to do for breakfast, Margot decided she should get something on the way to work. All morning, Margot had been sorting files. The process already felt automatic to her. Margot kept rereading the text from Beck. Got home safe. Wish we could have stayed out later. Couldn't Beck talk to anyone she wanted? Why Margot? Erica walked into the office as Margot finished up the last file from her current stack. Margot, would you be interested in meeting some of the residents?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. This floor has some great folks. It's mostly people who choose to live here because of health problems. Oh, I see. They spent some time walking around, Erica introducing some of the residents. There were 2 women who were medics in World War II, some men playing card games. Margot made a mental note of the information about everyone. After a while, they returned to the office. Margot continued sifting through paperwork and noticed her phone buzzing. Hey, sorry it's been a while. Want to see a movie tonight? Does he, like me or not? Because it seems casual, like he doesn't care that much, but at the same time. But I don't want Beck to think I like him or something. I'm gonna say no. Sorry, I don't think I'll be able to tonight. Please? I want to catch up more with you. Okay. It doesn't matter, we get to go anyway. Margot stood in the theater lobby, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. It looked like she arrived before he did. Where was he? She scanned the room, slowly becoming more and more stressed about being there alone. Margot, hey! Margot turned around, surprised to hear Jade's voice. They had class together before Margot had left. She forgot Jade worked at the movie theater. Hey, how are you? I'm great. Jade pointed at her badge. I'm a manager now. Whoa, congrats. Yeah, kind of a shame I have to quit when I go to college. Speaking of, I thought you already left. Sort of. I'm working here for the summer. Oh, cool. Where? The veterans' home. I heard it was hard to get a job there. Yeah, that's pretty lucky. It's through a state program. Poor Margot could tell Jade more. She heard someone else call her name. Early as always, Margot. I think you just might be late. Lee rolled his eyes, his hand reaching in his pocket for his wallet. Jade, can I get 2 tickets for evening at the zoo too? Evening at the zoo? Yeah, 2. Please, I don't have anyone else to see this movie with, please. Margot sighed, defeated. Lee was not great at accepting no as an answer. They went into the theater room. It was empty. The movie had already been out for a while. Lee picked 2 seats in the center near the back of the theater. As Margot sat down, Lee stretched his arms out. Oh no, he does like us. Oh no, I tried to say no, I tried. His hand came to rest on Margot's shoulder. They sat in silence for a while as the movie played. Lee seemed to be thinking about something, rather than paying attention to the movie. He cleared his throat. Did your dad die? Margot immediately felt her heart racing. She wasn't ready for that kind of conversation. Where did you hear that? Around town. I don't think he's a creeper, but... man, I'm not interested. Margot shifted in her seat. You used to call me and talk about that stuff before you disappeared. She stared ahead at the movie. How do you feel? I don't know. Margot turned to look at Lee. For a moment they stared at each other. Margot studied his face, trying to understand how he felt. Then he started laughing. I never liked that guy anyways. Margot frowned, moving her shoulder to shake his hand off. There you go, Margot. Come on, Margot. I'm not being mean. I want to know if you're okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Her voice was tense. Why don't we watch the movie? We're the only ones here. It doesn't matter if we talk. They both went silent. I think what I miss the most about having you around is that you always held me accountable. What are you talking about? You're the only person who ever said I could leave here, get a nursing degree or something. He moved his arm from behind Margot to his chair rest. And you're the only girl who would tell me to shut up. He nervously drummed his fingers. I don't know what I'm getting at. His hand moved to Margot's knee. Oh my god, don't touch me again. I just moved your hand away. He started to move further, but no. No, you fucking better not. No. Okay, the shoulder thing is like, she shoved it off, that's fine. Any more than that is not consent, yes. She pushed his arm away. What's wrong? Would you quit it? He turned away and folded his arms. They were silent again. No. Absolutely not. I mean, he seems cool at first, but that's not okay. Fine. Whatever. I'm gonna have a smoke. He got up. Margot watched him walk down. In my defense, I said no, I don't want to go to the movie, but he emotionally manipulated me into going. So, Margot watched him walk down the aisle into the exit. She turned back to the screen. What could she do? She felt the anxiety build up again. Watching the movie wasn't going to help. She pulled out her phone for a distraction. After a while, she started to wonder if he was coming back. She didn't care about the movie anyway. She should probably head home, right? Yeah, ditch him. Margot got up, retracing Lee's steps out of the room and into the hallway. In the hall, she could hear someone muttering to themselves. Did I go the wrong way? Oh, it's Beck. Oh, shit, dog. Beck stood by a wall looking at her ticket. Beck? She looked up and smiled. Oh, hey. Beck gave Margot a coy smile. Out on a date? Margot grimaced. No. Not exactly. I should let you get to your movie. Beck gave Margot a curious look. Is something wrong? You seem kind of stressed out. Margot waved her hand. I'm just trying to find my friend that I came here with. That doesn't sound good. Do you need a ride home or something? I'll be fine. I don't want to impose or anything. Take the ride home. God damn it. He's being creepy. He's being weird. You want to go with your girl, go with the girl. God damn it. Don't worry about it. She looked down at her ticket. I'm not excited about this movie anyway. I just don't feel like being at home. Oh, which movie is it? Evening at the Zoo, too? It's not good. Dang. Since you're the artist, I should probably trust your opinion. Only need girl. That's right. That's my mantra. Only girls. Only girl. Guess it's too highbrow for me. Well, in any case, definitely let me know if you need a ride. Margot nodded. They parted ways as Beck went into the theater room and Margot went into the lobby. Jade was still at the ticket counter, but no one else was around. Jade noticed Margot and waved her over. Hey, did you get my text? Huh? Text? Margot pulled out her phone to check. Nothing from Jade. Or Lee. Guess not. Darn. I saw Lee earlier. I think I heard him arguing with someone. What the fuck? He told me how pissed he was and that he was going home. Margot sighed. Seriously? He just left her there? Rude as fuck, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, my shift ends in a bit if you want to ride home. Dave smiled weakly at Margot. Ride with Beck! Ride with Beck!
No.
I have one lined up. Thanks, though. She did say if we need a ride, she would ask. We could always ask. No problem. We should hang out sometime. Yeah. Jade seems cool. She seems chill. Want me to park down the block again? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom is home. They walked for a bit. Can I be nosy? Margot fiddled with her hair. Sure. What happened with you and your friend? I think I pissed him off. Do you want to talk about it? I don't want to bother you. You're not. Okay. Margot sighed. He's an ex. Oh, it was her ex! Oh, shit, dog! No wonder. No wonder he's being weird. Okay. No means no, bro. She said no in high school. She's saying no again. Stop it. Get some help. Oh, he's an ex from high school. He was being weird, so I told him to stop. So, is he normally like that? Yeah. Wanna hang out with him then? Thought we could be friends, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just gotta say no and cut ties. I guess I hoped I could still be friends with him. He helped me with some stuff in the past, so I know he's not all that bad. But I don't know. I feel stupid. There's nothing wrong with trying to see the best in people. You think so? Yeah, it's very admirable. Margot smiled. Beck smiled back. She nervously rubbed her neck. I'm a little relieved. About what? That you're just friends with that guy. Well, I may not be friends with him after that, so... Beck's head turned, her attention on something else. Huh? Margot looked in the same direction at her home. The window blinds were shifting around. Is that your mom? Yeah. Beck nodded. Oh, now it's doing the Legend of Mushroom. That was like last week, Stream Elements. Get it together. I'm not doing that right now. Not right now. But thank you for like actually doing it. Even though it was a week late. I think you can still get credit, actually. I can still get credit if people download the game still. But I still have the panel on my channel, but... Well, better late than never, I guess they say. I'll head back then. As soon as Margot entered the front yard, her mother slid open the porch door. Get in here, it's late. Margot looked down the block, watching Beck turn the corner and disappear. So, who's that? Your new little friend? Oh, damn. Margot went to her bedroom. Fine, then. Damn, Mom cold as fuck, bro. Sheesh. Margot finally had a morning where she woke up feeling rested and ready for the day. She quickly threw on some clothing and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Silly Stream Elements, tricks are for kids. However, in her good mood, she forgot the dishes were gone. After trying every cabinet, she realized she would need to ask her mother, why does her mom keep taking the dishes? That's kind of weird. What the fuck? Margot walked to her room. She hesitated at the door. She wasn't sure if her mother was still home or awake yet. One of those makes it easier to find the dishes, she thought. Margot knocked at the door. What is it? Her mother shouted from the other side of the door. Where are the dishes? You need to use a paper plate. I'm tired of washing dishes. Honestly, so relatable. We don't have any paper plates. Yes, we do. Where? What do you need? A bowl and a spoon, I guess? There was some rummaging and the door cracked open. Her mother held out a paper bowl and a plastic spoon. Here. She shook them at Margot. Take it. I'm going back to bed. Okay, damn. She seems agitated. I would want to stand up for myself, but IRL, I would accept it and just be like, okay, you're agitated, I'm just gonna leave this alone. Margot gave up. None of those conversations were new, but they always felt like they were opening up a fresh wound. No amount of success in the world seemed to be enough to affect her home life. Coming home to the trailer meant she was no one again. Margot took the bowl and spoon. Her mother shut the door. Margot wanted to stomp, to scream. She walked away. She looked down at the ground beneath her. It was just a wooden board covering a sunken spot in the floor. She couldn't stomp anyway. She couldn't do anything. She kept thinking about how different things were just a month ago in her private school, how different they will be a couple of months from now. She just had to wait it out. Margot shook her head. She needed to distract herself. She needed to focus on getting ready for work and leaving. She just stayed focused. Walking to work, Margot noticed the streets were particularly empty. She got to work just to be faced with an empty parking lot. No one was there. She checked her phone. It was Saturday. Oh, damn, I've done that before. She'd gotten up early and fought for her bowl. She didn't even have work that day. Looking around at the empty lot, she felt drained. She thought about what to do. She was already dressed and outside, so she headed to the park. Maybe some time alone would be nice. But it's so hot. Margot found an empty spot at the park to sit at the park. She pulled out her sketchbook and flipped to an empty page. Felt a little bit like she was in elementary school again. Sitting at recess, hoping someone would come join her. She looked over at the landscape, trying to think of what to draw. Next to her, there was some clattering. The cat had jumped on the bench.
Hey.
Hey, friend. Margot reached out to pet her, but the cat dodged her hand. She hopped down and started circling the bench, pausing to stare at Margot. Something about the cat's expression unnerved Margot. Felt like a person was staring at her. Do you need something? She continued to run a few feet back, paused to look at Margot, then came back. Do you want me to follow you? Margot started packing her bag and got up. The cat immediately ran ahead. Margot followed. Is the cat the girl that, was in her dream that says, I need you to help me? And she's just her soul is in the cat or something like that? We left the park going further and further into the desert. After a while, Margot started to worry, looking around for scorpions and snakes. In the distance, a bit ahead of them, she saw something. As they kept approaching, she started to make out what it was. The cat stopped beside it, looking at her expectantly. It looked like an old rusted car from the 80s. On the exterior body, Margot could see holes in it. Damn, bullet holes? She wondered if they were bullet holes. The cat pawed at the door. Did the cat want her to open the door? Do you have kittens in there or something? It looked so rusty, Margot was skeptical it could be opened. Margot thought of her dream. I will show you how to help me. Margot shook her head. What could be the harm? Oh, meow! Kitty cat go meow meow. The cat was frantic, circling around Margot and rubbing on her legs. All right. Yes, I don't have any other choice, so yes. Something, maybe morbid curiosity, compelled her. She grabbed the handle and tried to force it open. It was stuck, as expected. She put more force into it, bracing a leg against the side of the car. Eventually it opened, sending Margot toppling to the ground. Ow. She got up and brushed herself off. It's just a flesh wound, it's fine. The cat had already jumped into the car and was nudging at something. Margot got closer and leaned into the car. A large leather-bound Bible lay in the driver's seat. I'm sorry, the fuck? What in the cat religious cult? The cat was desperately pawing at it and meowing. At first it looked like a normal Bible. Margot picked it up and looked at the first page. Oh, this is not a normal Bible. Eritis sicut deus, scientis bonum et malum, was written in carefully flowing script. A large... Jesus, the text right here is kind of blinding. Unusual symbol was drawn over... I think it's because of the background here. It looks very odd against this background. It was drawn over the remainder of the page. I would probably put a transparent background behind the text so it's not as painful to the eyes. It was a hexagram with details that Margot couldn't quite make out. She started flipping through it. In the margins there were handwritten notes. The notes didn't look like they were about the Bible passages at all. Instead, the writing was strange. Origins of the world, recipes for things she didn't understand, instructions on how to deal with creatures she'd never heard of before. It's a demon Bible, aw shit, dog. Felt terrifying. It reminded her of some of the books that her father's shed. Yeah, see, this has the black, this is easy to read. That one in there is not. So I would say do this over in there too. After flipping for a few pages, the cat yelled. Margot stopped and looked at the notes on the page.
I understand the voice of an animal.
Meow! Kitty cat go meow meow.
Must be bitten by the animal, place the blood on the music box, and
What?
while the music plays, the animal will be able to speak if they wish to.
Yeah. The text was really blinding to my eyes against that background. But when it's like the black right here, it's a lot easier to read and a lot less stressful on the eyes. Yeah. I don't know why they decided not to do that with that. I guess to kind of give you a better look at the book, maybe, but... She muttered the instructions to herself, looking between the page and the cat.
Is this real?
Oh, she said it. Oh, damn. Meow. The cat stared at her. This has to be a coincidence. It can't be a cat showing me how to make animals talk. I'm trapped. Could it be related? Seemed too supernatural. Even when she was a kid, she was really into the supernatural. Her favorite childhood movies were usually about ghosts, monsters, vampires. She vaguely remembered having a friend who was convinced that Margot was a vampire. At the time, Margot really wanted to believe they were right. It meant that she could have a bigger, more interesting life outside of her trailer. She could be whisked away on some grand adventure. She felt embarrassed thinking about that time. Was she really so gullible? Reading the notes in the book, why did she so desperately want everything in front of her to be real? She stared into the cat's eyes. What if she was just asleep, her head down on the park table, having another lucid dream? What would it mean for her if this was real? Would it give purpose to her life? Margot's bedroom was getting dimmer. She didn't realize how long she had been laying in bed. Her phone buzzed. She picked it up and rolled onto her back, holding the screen over her face. Is tomorrow good for the mall? Sure, what time? Around 12? Okay. Nikki used to be notoriously late all the time to everything. Margot wondered if the habits had changed and when she should actually expect Nikki to arrive. She put her phone down and rolled back onto her stomach, continuing to read through the notes in the book. Oh, she brought the book home with her. I don't know if I would have brought that home. Sheesh. Mom might get a little, upsetty spaghetti. Nikki hadn't changed. It had been over an hour since Nikki said she was on her way. Oh my god, I hate people like that. She lived within walking distance, and Margot started to regret not meeting at her place. Margot texted, but Nikki hadn't responded. She considered the logistics. What if she started walking now? She tried sketching, but still felt impatient. She thought about going back inside, but didn't want to interrupt her mother watching soap operas. After a while, Nikki pulled up. Nikki's car was a worn cream color with slightly torn seats. It always seemed to smell like burning rubber. Oh, I hate leather. Leather seats are awful, bro. They just stick to your skin and just, ugh. Nikki pushed aside from old fast food trash. Oh my god, hold on, let me read that again. One more time. Nikki pushed aside some old fast food trash from the passenger seat. Margot hopped in. Nikki, it's good to see you. Yeah, same to you. Oh, she's so cute. Look at her little freckles. Look at her freckles. She's adorable. They both leaned over to hug. I didn't think you'll be impressed with the mall. Why is that? Honestly, it's kind of small. And you can't go by yourself unless you're over 16.
Seriously?
Yeah, they checked IDs and everything. I had to go with my sister when it first opened. Speaking of, do you have your ID with you? Margot double-checked her bag. Yeah, I do. Isn't she 18 because she's going to college soon? It was quiet, but all the stores were open. When Margot looked around, the only other people she saw were employees and elderly couples. I think Sunday morning at the mall is for old people with exercise. As long as you're over 16, right? They went into the department store. Nikki was eager to start trying things on. Margot went to look at jeans. Want me to help you find something? Is your size even in this section? I'm good. I found some things over here. After hearing Nikki's question, Margot became more and more focused on the thought of her size. Oh, she didn't mean anything by it, but us plus-size people, it's hard, man. And it's hard to find things in our size, goddammit. More plus-size friendly stores and costumes, please. Seemed like the more she thought about it, the more her clothing opinions dwindled. Yeah. I would have said it a little differently, but I can totally see how it just came out and she didn't mean it like that. It was hard to find something. After some more meandering, they decided to sit down and grab something to eat. They grabbed a small table behind some plants. I'm not sure what to do next. Move out of my parents, sure, but I guess community college? Do you still want to be a teacher? I think so, but whatever, I still have time to think about it. I have some friends in Phoenix who have been talking about renting an apartment together. Oh, cool. Do you know where you're going to live? Not yet. Dorm? Any roommates? I still need to figure that out. I think there's a website for finding a roommate, but I'd rather just not have one. The mall was starting to fill up. Have you hung out with anyone since you've been back? Well, besides your dirtbag ex, I'm trying to avoid him. Ooh. I'm gonna mention the girlfriend. That's not my girlfriend yet, but she's going to be.
Well,
I made a new friend at work. She used to live here, but I guess her mom moved away and then back. Would I know her? Her name's Beck. Beck, like short for Rebecca? I think so. What does she look like? Tall and thin, bleached hair. That doesn't really narrow it down. Oh, I have a contact photo on my phone. Want to see that? Margot pulled out her phone and flipped to Beck's contact in the info to open the image. Nikki inspected for a moment. She looks like a model, like a suicide girl. Are you hanging out with a suicide girl? And you didn't tell me? What the fuck, Margot? Not that I know of. I don't think I know her. Do you know what school she went to? Nope. They went quiet for a moment as they started digging into their food. Oh, we get to ask about both. Cool. You still have a lot of pets, right? Yeah. Do you know much about cats? Of course I do. I found this weird cat the other day. Oh, cats are weird. She has a point. All cats are weird. They're just unique. They're special. This one seems to follow me around a lot, and I think sometimes she gets into my room. Isn't there still a hole in your floor? Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe she had kittens under your place. Yeah, I thought about that. Margot thought about how to word the next part. Nikki used to go to church a lot, and what happened still felt like a weird dream. I feel like she's trying to show me something. Probably the kittens. I mean, like, do cats like collecting stuff? Do they bury their toys? No, you're thinking of dogs. Oh, I think this cat is doing that. It's probably been around a lot of dogs then. Interesting. Yeah, that's not normal cat behavior. That's like dog and or groundhog / hamster behavior. Margot stood in front of her mirror looking at the jeans she purchased earlier in the day. The mirror had a large crack in it, so Margot had to shift around a bit. Get the cat. She had a pile of shirts sitting on her bed to see which one went with jeans. Looking at the mirror, she thought about her conversation earlier with Nikki. She decided to text back. Hey, what school did you go to when you lived here? What if we were together in class together, lol? Oh, we were. In kindergarten. We used to play together all the time. Wait, seriously? Yeah, we were dating. I thought you were a vampire. So it was Beck who thought she was a vampire. And she vaguely remembered kissing someone on the bus. Oh, whoa! Did we kiss Beck? Oh, whoa! Sorry, I didn't mention it sooner. I figured you didn't remember or recognize me. My name's different, and I'm not a 5-year-old boy anymore. Oh, she's trans. I see. I don't blame you, but I wasn't sure how to bring it up. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's pretty cool that we're friends again. I remember you kept asking me to bite you. Wasn't your favorite movie Interview with the Vampire? I wanted to live forever. That movie is not for kids. I was a very sophisticated child. How dare you? We did touch scraped knees one time. I haven't died yet, so maybe that worked. Guess you were right about me. I feel like I've been thinking more about when I was a kid. Maybe because you're going to college soon to be an adult? That does make sense. No, I wanted to ask about the other question. It's fine. I don't need both. It's fine. Margot's alarm hadn't gone off yet, but she felt awake. She tried to move to check her phone, but something was on top of her. The cat was back in her room, sprawled out on her chest. Aw, Kitty love you. Kitty give pets. Kitty give love. She thought about what Nikki suggested. Was the cat living under her floor? Margot turned her head to look at the gap between the intact floor and the slab of wood covering the hole in her room. Margot had always been afraid of it, thinking that cockroaches would crawl in. In comparison, a cat was much better. Margot remembered the book. She glanced down at the cat, still laying on her. Are you here to remind me? The cat stirred back. What if the cat really was that girl from her dream? What if she really did need help? Margot thought of the passage in the book. If she could find a music box, she could see what would happen. I have music boxes. I don't know where they are right now, but I have some. The music box and her blood. She was stuck on the idea of her blood being involved in the mix. She didn't know if she was sick or not. She didn't know how to get tested. Margaret continued to lay on her back, staring up at the ceiling. In the other room, she could hear her mother watching the news. It sounded like something about a string of grave robberies. Happy lurkies! Does that actually still happen? Apparently, people in town were worried that it was for a satanic cult. Margot thought about the other things she would hear about on the news, like stories about UFOs in Phoenix. Maybe it's just people who want the world to be a more exciting place. Was she any different from them? Margot absentmindedly pet the cat. I love music boxes, bro. I have like 4 or 5 of them. I used to have more, and I donated some because I couldn't carry too many around space-wise and then with the move and everything. But yeah, what if you can really talk? What would you say? After a while, there was the familiar knock at her door. The cat jumped off her bed and disappeared before Margot's mother opened the door. Are you up for work?
Yes.
I can't drive you today. Okay. You really need to learn how to drive. How? Ask one of your little friends. She left the room. Margot got up and got ready. Geez, Mom is vicious. Oh my god. She realized she needed to ask her mother for help with getting the music box. In the living room, Margot's mother was in front of the television. What if she, goes to the mall and looks around for, an antique shop or something? Surely someone would have music boxes. In the living room, Margot's mother was in front of the television. Do we have a music box? Why? I read an article about them recently. Oh. Do we have a music box? Check Danny's pawn shop. Who's Danny? There were only a couple of pawn shops around, so Margot figured she could find out which one that was. She went to the door ready to head out. She went to head out, okay? What in tarnation and damnation, eternal damnation? Why not have your little friend in the convertible teach you how to drive? Margot left. Well, damn, Mom. Holy fuck. It was time to start her pawn shop mission. She stopped the one closest to home. Margot went inside. The pawn shop had the typical dusty mothball smell of the secondhand store. Around her were cluttered shelves of old cameras and novelty knives under glass displays. They always have knives, don't they? Always have knives. She kept thinking about how cagey her mother was with details. Danny owns a pawn shop. Margot couldn't help but sigh deeply at the thought. He must be the secret boyfriend that she's been visiting. Margot didn't want to interact with him, but knew she had to. As she was lost in thought, the shop owner came out from the back room. He had a little "hello, my name is" badge on his chest with Danny written in. Oh, hi, Danny, what's up? He seems like a chill guy. Let me know if you need to find anything.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Margaret couldn't help but analyze him on the spot. He's not ugly, and he's a business owner. Maybe it's okay? Danny stared back. You look familiar. Have you sold anything here before? There was a pause as Margot mulled over what to say. Oh, wait, are you Anissa's daughter?
Yeah.
He nodded a bit. Oh, she was right. You look nothing like her. Just like the photo, though. Margot wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Do you have any music boxes? Sure. Anything specific? Owned that place for a long time? He nodded and walked down an aisle. After some shuffling, he pulled out a box. Go ahead and see if you like this one. A lady brought it last week. Now I want to go to a pawn shop and find more music boxes. I loved them. The trailer was dark and empty. Margot supposed her mother was out, maybe with Danny. She went to her room, music box in her bag. She briefly glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Danny was right. She didn't look like her mother. She resented how much she looked like her father. Margot shook her head, trying to focus. She set up a spot on the floor with the music box and Bible in front of her. She eyed the music box. It had a small dancer holding a black sword with an unusual handle. Oh, whoa, that sounds so dope. What the fuck? I want a medieval music box. It looked like it might actually be a sharpened piece of metal. The whole box had a handmade quality to it. The cat came up behind her and circled around to sit by the music box. He do a spin. Kitty do a spin. She stared intently. You have to bite me, right? What if I'm sick? What if you're sick? Margot briefly considered the consequences. Hey, CJ, what's up? Howdy. Howdy, partner. Tetanus? An infection? Before Margot could think about it anymore, the cat lashed onto her hand, drawing blood. Ow! Rude! Margot stifled a yelp. Ugh. Moving her bleeding hand, she placed the wound on the dancer's saber. Oh, that's so cool! The little ballerina has a fucking sword. Let's go. Margot bit her lip, trying to ignore the pain. With the blood in place, she wound up the box. Maybe if she put on hand sanitizer now, it would be okay. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, for sure. I'm also non-binary, and I tend to identify more with female and she, but a lot of times I just don't feel like any gender at all. And sometimes I feel more masculine, so I vibe with that. And if you want me to use any specific pronouns, please feel free to tell me. She dug into her bag, trying to find the small bottle. A little song started to play. I love music box sounds. It's so pretty. I also don't like how blood is dripping from her eyes. Margot's attention snapped from her bag to the cat.
Is it working?
It was the same voice. This was the girl.
I need you to do one more thing.
He, they. Okay, cool. I'm she, they. I get you. I feel you, bro. No worries. I need you to do one more thing.
The steps should be in the book. I need hair from your mother and father.
What the fuck? What in the satanic ritualistic bullshit?
Then burn
Music box stopped, and she started meowing again. Margot stared, her mouth open. She could feel her mouth going dry.
Oh.
She looked down at the music box to check if the blood was there. It was.
Are you in my dream?
The cat nudged around the book, flipping pages. She loudly meowed again. Margot looked at the page.
Grab hair from parents around the books. Set it on fire.
Margot read the steps over and over. Collect the hair, more blood, set it on fire. She looked at her hands. She looked at the blood drying on her palm. She wondered if she was okay. Yeah, that seems pretty sus if you ask me. I don't know if I would be doing some blood, hair collecting, satanic rituals. That seems a little suspicious to me. It was happening again. The girl was in her room
Now
again.
you know what to do. One more step to free me.
Why do I have to free you? Why?
I'll try to do it tomorrow, but I still don't really understand. You never told me why I need to help you. Tomorrow.
It's literally all you're gonna say. I need more explanation before I do more satanic ritual bullshit. Listen here. Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you can do this. You cannot just pull the wool over my eyes. No. No. During lunch, Margot had a text from Lee. Oh, I would have blocked his number. Fuck him. Sorry I left the movie early. Got a call from my new job. I had to go. Sure. Jada told her that Lee said he had an argument with someone. Was it over the phone? Why are you apologizing now? It's been days. Better late than never. LOL. Working at a restaurant if you want to stop by. Margot put away her phone. Tonight she had to help that girl. The trailer was empty. Her mother wasn't home. Margot thought it would be safe to get dishes for herself. She went to her mother's room. In the dresser, she found the bottom drawer stacked with everything from the kitchen. She grabbed what she needed and left. Her mom's kind of a control freak, huh? After cooking, she sat on the couch. She wasn't alone. The cat was there watching her. You want me to get the hair? The cat started walking across Margot's lap, making it hard to hold her bowl. How's she gonna get her dad's hair, though? Her dad doesn't live here anymore. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he doesn't... He's not here. The cat started walking across Margot's lap, making it hard to hold her bowl. Okay. Let me finish eating first. I still have to finish eating, actually. I've been trying to eat for like an hour. But the text keeps going and I keep having to read. God damn it. Mum. As she ate, Margot considered the next steps. She hadn't really stopped to seriously consider what was about to happen. In the past, Margot had always said yes to anyone and anything. At this point, it was reflexive. She made friends by helping people with their homework when they asked. She got into a private school by accepting an invitation to a gifted summer camp. It always worked out for her. But she had to wonder, what was she saying yes to this time? That's what I'm saying! Why did she feel a pang of guilt from even considering saying no to the girl in her dreams? Margot finished up her food and washed the dishes. She checked her phone in the driveway before heading back to her mother's room. Putting the dishes back in the dresser, she started looking for hair. On the dresser was one of her father's old combs and an old brush. Margot felt herself holding her breath, afraid of making a single sound or wrong move. She pocketed the hair and left the room, careful to make sure everything was the same. In her room, she packed her bag. Music box, book, hair, hand sanitizer, flashlight, matches. She needed matches. Margot hurried to the kitchen and grabbed a box of matches from the cupboard. When she returned to her room, she looked at the cat. Are you ready? I would not be doing this. The cat followed along beside her. Margot figured the best place to do this would be out in the desert. They returned to the car where Margot first found the book. Margot crouched down in the sand and laid out the necessary items. She coiled the hair around the dancer. Its little sore still had her dried blood on it. She breathed in and pushed the raw spot on her hand down onto its edge. Again, she bit her lip in pain. With new blood on it, she turned the key to let it play. Set it on fire. I guess I have no choice. The final step. She struck one of the matches. For a moment she paused, watching the flame slowly travel down the stick. What was about to happen? Was this right? She didn't understand the situation, but she dropped the match onto the music box. It quickly caught fire. With everything set in motion, Margot looked at the cat in front of her. The cat's pupils were wide. The flame reflected in her eyes. The flame grew bigger. Margot couldn't look away. She couldn't look away from the cat's eyes. Around them, the world seemed to disappear. The fire petered out. The stars, the distant lights dotting the mountains, everything was gone. They were the only things left. The cat flinched and yowled. Her eyes grew bigger, seemingly bursting from her skull. Jesus Christ! Her shoulder blades and joints stretched, the surrounding fur tearing away to hang slack from her body. Raw bone and muscle jutted out. The yowls gave her way to human screams. What the fuck? Margot desperately wanted to look away. She had to look away, but she didn't. The smell was sickening, like burning and rot. Fresh skin bloomed across the exposed muscles. The girl stayed hunched over, holding her stomach. She started to cough and gurgle. She vomited. Chunks of bone and coagulated blood landed on the void between them. It don't feel right to me either, girlfriend. She wheezed out her words between sputters. Her gaze moved from the ground to Margot's face. Tears and blood rained down her face. Her hair stuck to the sweat on her forehead and neck.
Something went wrong.
Margot still couldn't move, react.
I do something wrong.
The words seemed to take all of her strength. The girl stared at Margot, clenching her teeth. She tried to stand up, but fell back down. What did you do? I don't know. The girl crawled to the book and scrambled through the pages. As she moved, Margot noticed a large tattoo on her back. It was the same thing as the symbol in the book. The girl's eyes darted across each page. This can't be right. There has to be another reason. She shut the book and wobbled again to her feet. Her knees shook as she stumbled to Margot. Margot wanted to move away as the girl placed her hands on Margot's shoulders. Margot could still smell the blood on her. The girl closely inspected Margot's face. She turned away and started slowly walking. We're heading back. Margot came back to her senses. Wait, but you're... The girl shook her head. No one else can see me. Thanks to you, I hardly exist. Well, damn. The lights were still off. The girl locked herself in the bathroom. Margot went to her bedroom. She felt too shell-shocked to do anything besides sit on her bed and wait. The door cracked open. Margot quickly wiped her face. The girl walked in, then grabbed the book from Margot's bag. Margot quietly watched as she started flipping through it again. The girl looked from her book to Margot and back to her book. Finally, she looked up, visibly exasperated.
It's ridiculous.
I can only find one reason for this happening. I guess I'll start by asking, do you have a soul? What? I guess? I'm not dead or anything. The girl sighed to herself. Maybe your memory was erased. You could be reanimated. What? What's going on? What do you mean? You were a cat, and now you're human, and you're asking about my soul now? It's unimportant. What's your name? She looked at Margot, considering her answer. Clara. What happens now? That's why I'm looking at my notes. I'm trying to figure that out. In any case, I don't have a body now. I'm stuck. There was an abrupt yell. Margot's bedroom door flew open, slamming against the wall. You went through my things! She held a bowl in her hand. I needed to eat. All day I'm on my feet. Then I have to come back home to do dishes? I washed it. I have to redo them. And now you're going through my things? Do I need to put a padlock on my door? I needed to eat. You hid all the dishes in your room. You're a little piggy, that's the problem. Jesus Christ, Mom. I need you to get up and wash this. It's already clean. She approached Margot's bed and grabbed her hair. Jesus! Margot shoved her away. Her mother crumpled to the ground. She started screaming. Don't you lay a finger on me. You're 18 now. Next time, I will call the police. You're out of here. She got up, clutching the bowl. You can kiss college goodbye. She slammed the door shut. In a daze, Margot collapsed on her bed. Jesus Christ, Mom! Her scalp throbbed. Her ears were ringing. Through the thin laws, she could hear the sink in the kitchen running. The sound of her mother cursing over and over under her breath about what would happen next time. All Margot could do was wait for it to end. Clara was gone again, just like when she was a cat. June 17th, Wednesday morning. Jesus. Sheesh, Mom, you suck ass, bro. I hate you more than Lee. In the morning, Margot quickly got ready. There was no sign of the cat, or was it Clara now? She wasn't hungry. She rushed past her mother to the living room and headed to work. She didn't want to give herself a moment alone with her mother, or time to think about the night before. Yeah, her mother definitely has a control issue, because she did wash them, but according to her mom, she has to, supervise it or do it herself. Otherwise, it didn't happen to her, or it's not correct. Is it a weird kind of OCD or something? I'm not quite sure, but she had to keep her mind off things. She had to compartmentalize. Thinking about the blood, the screaming, she couldn't let herself lose focus. Forcing herself to forget her troubles is what got her into private school after all. She sifted through paperwork. Her free hand combed through her hair, finding more loose clumps. She didn't realize how hard her mother had pulled at her hair. Ow! A sizable amount piled up on the floor next to her. Would it leave her with a bald spot? With yet another permanent visible scar? Another thing she needed to distract herself from. What other scar does she have? She closed the file on the desk. Maybe she could try talking to a resident? Margot and Erica sat with one of the residents in the lounge. Gina, this is Margot. She's helping me out for the summer. Oh, nice to meet you. I don't know if you've heard about this, Margot, but Gina's receiving a Congressional Gold Medal next month. What's that? It's the highest civilian award. She was in the WASP program. Gina waved her hand. Margot politely smiled, not wanting to ask 2 questions in a row. Erica, you've bragged about me to everyone here. It's impressive. It makes you a celebrity. Gina chuckled. I just did what I had to do. Margot shyly listened as the two bantered. Come by. Where? The restaurant. You never told me the name. Why didn't you say something? Margot sighed. She was conflicted. If she went home, maybe she could talk to Clara again. She could find out what's going on. However, she didn't want to be around her mother. Maybe she spent enough time out, her mother would already be gone or asleep when she came home. Margot walked into the restaurant. It was a small hole in the wall near work. She looked around and found Lee sitting in a booth. He nodded at her. She breathed in. Hopefully he would be in a better mood today than he was at the movie. I would have said absolutely fucking not. I would not talk to him ever again. She sat down across from him. I was starting to think I got stood up. Sorry again for leaving early. It's fine. It's not fine! Stand up for yourself, girl! Lee grumbled to himself. There's some crazy chicks out there. I thought you left because of a work call. Lee shrugged. I'll make it up to you. I'll get dinner, okay? I get a discount. Okay. They ordered their food. How's your job going? Fine. I talked with a resident today. So you get to hang out with people all day? Sounds easy. I don't think that's fair. It's your first job, right? You don't know how hard it can be. Like, I think I'll have to quit this job pretty soon. Why? Didn't you just start? Yeah, but I don't think I'm getting paid enough. You absolutely fucking don't get paid enough for working the service industry. And they want me to take drug tests. I don't want to deal with all that. Well, every place you work is going to require a drug test. I'm sorry to tell you, Lee. That's just how it fucking works. Their food arrived. They sat in silence. Lee briefly looked up at Margot. Why do you keep messing with your hair? Her hand was still running through her hair, pulling out more loose strands. She folded her hands in her lap. I'm just tired. Margot wanted to change the subject. Looking at Lee, she noticed he was wearing a necklace with a pentacle on it. Is your necklace new? Yeah, I got it at a shop that opened like a month ago. A bunch of crystals and stuff. Huh. Like New Age stuff? Why was it that happened with Clara? Was it magic? Are you into that now? Maybe you should start going to church with me again. I'm just wondering. Speaking of, I found a weird Bible. How is it weird? It has a bunch of handwritten notes in it. Well, if it's a Bible, it can't be anything that weird. Margot picked at her food, pulling it apart. I guess not. Are you still living at home? For now, yeah. I got an apartment. Margot smiled. You've been trying to get one for a while, right? Yeah, I finally saved up enough for a deposit. Margot's mind wandered from home to Clara. Maybe that store would have something that could help Clara? Clara needed Margot to get a music box in the first place. Maybe there were things she would need for a spell or something that would fix whatever happened. How was it real? Was any of it real? You could come over after this. Oh, no. No. Check out my new blaze. Margot grimaced. Maybe another time. Margot came home and went straight into her room. At least he didn't do anything shitty. She wasn't happy about how dinner went. Lee's wallet went missing after she said she didn't want to see his apartment. Really? That kind of dick move? Oh my god. But she did learn something useful. Margot jumped in surprise. Hey. Oh, you're back. I can't go very far. Well, I had an idea. Oh? Apparently there's a store here that sells crystals and things. Maybe I could see if there's something useful for you. Like when I got the music box for you. Clara furrowed her eyebrows. I want to help. Why? I feel responsible for what happened. Like I messed up the ritual and now you're stuck. I see. Clara paced around the room for a moment, thinking over what to do. The first thing I need to do is see if you even have a soul. Get a clear quartz disc from that store of yours. And I need an instant camera. Okay. Clara stopped in front of the door. That's enough for you to start with. Let me know when you have the materials. With that, she was gone. Margot needed to focus on work, but her mind kept drifting. She knew she needed to get the quartz for Clara, but why? How would she have or not have a soul? How did that work? All Margot could think of was fairy tales about people selling their soul to the devil. She sighed to herself. Would she even have emotions, though, if she didn't have a soul? But she clearly feels things. She sighed to herself. After what she had seen this week, maybe those stories didn't seem so outlandish. There was a knock at the door. Oh, hey, girl! Hey, how's work?
Hi.
Hey, good right now. Do you need help? Not really. My mom's here for a visit. I thought I'd stop by and see if you're free today. I wanted to check out downtown. Sure. Yeah, that sounds fun. Beck smiled. Great. I'll see you later then. With that, she left. Later, Margot met with Gina in the lounge. Margot, so nice to see you again. Oh, you were rather quiet last time.
Sorry.
I had some questions, but I didn't want to interrupt. What's on your mind? Margot twisted her hair between her fingers. I don't know a lot about the military. What's a WASP? Erica said that was a big accomplishment. Oh, it stands for Women's Air Force Service Pilots. We were a group that helped the Air Force during World War II. Oh, wow. What sort of things did you do? Mainly transportation and target practice. Target practice? Yes, I towed the targets for anti-aircraft gun practice.
Seriously?
After talking for a while, Margot checked the time. She had to get ready to head out. Feel free to talk any time. So you know, I used to be a teacher. Don't be shy about asking questions next time. Margot smiled. I'll do my best. She's a cutie patootie. Margot and Beck met up walking around the square. There weren't many shops and neither of them recognized any of the stores. I didn't expect so many new places to open, and I think it's probably a cycle of stores closing and getting replaced. Yeah. Sad, you know? Everyone I've talked to has said they're looking forward to moving. Even the new mall looked empty. What do you think will happen to this town? I don't know. The weather here is miserable anyway. I'm not surprised people want to leave. Aren't you the one who keeps inviting me to do stuff outside? I can't help that I like the outdoors. Around the corner, Margot saw a shop with an unusually flashy display. Tapestries and crystals were displayed in the front window. Was this the place Lee mentioned? A store called Kokopelli with Buddhist prayer flags on the window? I hate these kinds of places. Yeah, feels kind of like applying Pascal's wager to everything. I don't even know what that means. Hi, what do you want? What do you need?
Where's Curly at?
Huh?
Where's Alice at?
I don't know. She might be downstairs with your nanny.
I'm gonna go bug him. Not coming home.
It looked like any other generic new age store. Margot wasn't surprised, considering Lee seemed to like the place, but she was disappointed. Maybe the store wouldn't be helpful after all. She felt too anxious to go in anyway. As shops started to close, it became noticeably quieter outside. They went to a nearby park, chatting at one of the Ramadas.
Roll up your jeans.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Huh?
I want to check something. Beck rolled up her jeans. There was a large scar. Margot complied and rolled up her jeans. Her knees were covered in several small scars. I mentioned it when we were texting, that when we were kids I wanted to touch knees so we could be blood bonded. Because you thought I was a vampire. Beck laughed. Of course, the most important part. A blood bond. Margot wondered if what she did for Clara would also be considered a blood bond.
Aside from granting you immortality, do you think it did anything?
Well...
Maybe it brought us back together.
Oh, that's so sweet, Beck. Oh my god.
Is that weird to think?
I think it did. Maybe it did bring us back together. I haven't thought about it for years, but when my parents brought in mail, I used to ask them if I had a letter from you. I thought maybe one day you'd pop back up. Margot sighed to herself. How did I forget all that stuff? You get older, it's silly kid stuff, you move on. Beck smiled. I thought about you too. Yeah? I was worried about you. What do you mean? Beck shook her head. It's nothing. While they were on the topic of blood bonds, Margot desperately wanted to talk to Beck about the Clara situation. She wanted anyone to talk to if she could wrap her head around what happened. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you. What's up? Why were you so freaked out by the cat the other day? How do I explain? You know how sometimes dogs have human eyes? Sure. That's what that cat was like. Cat was like a dog with human eyes? Yes, exactly. I have no idea what that means. Margot came home. In her room, Clara sat neatly on the floor, legs folded under her, looking through her book. She turned to look at Margot. Have anything for me? Not yet. Did you not go into the store? I did scope out the store. Margot sat down next to Clara. I don't know if it'll be helpful. Would you want to go with me to check? I want to make sure I get the right thing. Clara shrugged. If you bring my book with you, I can. But... She looked away. I don't feel comfortable being outside in this body. So no one else can see you, right? Well, it doesn't change how I feel. I'm still getting used to being human again. How long were you a cat? Clara shook her head. Another time. Okay. Clara turned her attention back to her book. Clara furrowed her brow. Is this magic? The stuff with the music box, your book?
Oh, no.
That is a far too condensed understanding of what's going on. So, what is it? 18 years. 18. Oh, that's how long you were a cat? Yes. Margot was taken aback. Since I was a baby. Not even born yet. Yes. So, how old are you then? You don't just ask a lady her age? How rude! Clara seemed to be fully focused on her book again. Guess we'll never know, huh? Hi, Richter. What's up, bro? What's up, my dude? My main man? How you doing? How you doing? Margot sat with Gina before lunch. Sometimes I get visits from former students. Oh, that's Gina. Sometimes I get visits from former students. It's lovely seeing them grow up. Start families, accomplish some wonderful things. Speaking of that, do you have any plans for Father's Day? Is that today? It is. It hasn't come up, I guess. You're in a good mood today? I mean, yeah, I actually like this game. I'm enjoying it. I was really tired earlier, but I took a really long amount of rest today, so I'm feeling a little better. Ah, I see. Margot quietly sat for a moment, thinking of a way to change the subject. Oh, I just remembered. Could I ask for a favor? Of course. What is it? Lately, I've been thinking about things I still want to learn. There's a book that I would like to borrow from the library. Could you see if that's possible? Sure. Margot wrote down the name of the book to pass on to Erica later. Margot stood outside of the shop. She had to go get over her shyness. She had to do this. She was responsible for what happened to Clara, after all. After taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. Margot glanced around the store. Let me know if you need help finding anything. The store owner looked exactly how Margot expected. A few bits and bobs of turquoise jewelry, a little sunburn with a tattoo peeking out from her shirt. She glanced around. She didn't immediately see what Clara needed. Did she even know what quartz looks like? Do you have clear quartz? I know what it looks like! In a disc shape? I'll check. I don't usually get such specific requests. It's for a craft project? The store owner nodded and went back to check. Margot shifted from foot to foot. She glanced around. There were some teas, some books, and a confusing assortment of international items. What sort of books were there? Lucky you! She placed a disc on the counter for Margot. In her room, Margot glanced down at Clara's book. She had stopped carrying it with her so Clara could have time alone to study. She'd be fine while both her and her mother are at work, right? Margot looked around. No sign of Clara. How was she supposed to get a hold of her? Margot set her back down on her bed and pulled the quartz out. There was a voice behind her. You have it. Margot turned around. You're here. Clara stepped beside her and picked up the quartz. She held it up, examining the light coming through it. This will do. Do you have a camera? Margot thought for a second. I think my dad had an instant camera in the shed. Clara walked to the door. Margot felt a jolt of fear. She didn't know when her mother would be home. Are you sure no one else can see you? Yes. What about hearing you? No. They can't hear you talking to me either. How? Clara walked out the door. Clara and Margot carefully looked through the boxes of old art supplies. Huh. She held up a book to Clara. Someone at work mentioned this to me today. Maybe I should read it? Clara briefly glanced over at Margot before continuing to look through the box in front of her. Bardo Thodol. What is it? Margot glanced down at the book in her hand. I've never heard of it. I don't know. My dad has a bunch of stuff like this. Back in Margot's room, Clara disassembled the camera. So your father was an artist? Sort of. She pieced it back together, the quartz serving as a lens. Oh, I see. Spirit camera. Okay. After assessing her work, she pointed the camera at Margot. Smile. Margot glanced up as Clara snapped a picture. The photograph paper popped out. Clara set the picture down on the nightstand to develop. What does the quartz do? Something like spirit photography. Clara picked up the picture and examined it. Margot looked over her shoulder. Oh, what the fuck? I had finished developing, but it was strange. Maybe the paper was too old? And Margot caught in a candid pose. Her face was covered with an unusual flower. Reminded her of the passion flower she saw in the park with Beck. Around her, it looked like creases in the photo paper were bleeding. In a way, it reminded her of arms. Huh. Clara muttered to herself.
Oh, no.
That can't be right. She laid the photograph back down and went to her book. Margot waited. Why didn't you tell me?
What?
This is a demon's imprint. You don't have a soul after all. That's why it didn't work. Clara turned to Margot. You thought I wouldn't find out? I didn't know. I didn't even know what you're talking about. Maybe there's a way to get it back, or construct a new one. We need one so I can have a body. Clara looked off in the distance, her voice getting quieter and quieter. If I could find him, he would know what to do. Margot looked at Clara. Should I be worried? Clara snapped her attention back to Margot.
Yes.
Yes. I need to do more research. Take me to the library as soon as you can. Okay, I can do that. In the meanwhile, be very cautious with the book. Margot nodded. I need to make sure you don't die. Otherwise, we both face nothingness. Margot woke up feeling sweaty. The air conditioning must have stopped working. She got up and walked past the kitchen to the hallway. She checked the bathroom, but it was in use. Margot returned to her room. She needed a distraction. Last night, it was hard for her to fall asleep. She kept thinking about the photograph, the red lines coursing through it, Clara's assertion that she was soulless. Thinking about it all, it was the same feeling in her chest when she got accepted to the college she wanted. She twisted the fabric at the hem of her shirt. Why was she like this? Why did she want these things to be real? Things Clara told her only made her look forward to what would happen next. She shook her head. She had to stop thinking like that. It wasn't right. This was dangerous. She had to be calculated with her risks. She had to plan ahead. Think about school, think about work. She couldn't be gullible. Well, you've already been pretty gullible about this. The ritual alone was... She realized she hadn't heard from her private school friends in a while. That would be better to focus on. She pulled out her laptop and signed in. There was a group chat with everyone coordinating 4th of July plans. I'm excited to meet up. Can everyone make it? I don't think I'll be able to make it. Miss you guys. Oh, Margot, I miss you. Excited to hear about California soon. One of her friends messaged her individually. How have you been? I hope your family have been alright. Wondering since you've been quiet in the group chat. I've been okay. Just busy with work. Been slacking on checking my messages, lol. There was one more unread message. Wanted to ask again if you know Victor Silva. My mom passed away a few years ago, so I only want closure. I don't want to bother you. Let me know if I have the wrong person. Margot stared at her screen. What could she say? At some point she had to try again to ask her mother. Margot checked the bathroom again. This time it was free. She went in. Margot looked at herself in the bathroom mirror. Her hair looked matted from the sweat. She hopped in the shower and scrubbed away, comparing it to the dorm showers. Here, the same rusted pliers and large metal can were still in the bathroom. After all these years, the tub knobs were still broken, and the toilet still had to be manually flushed. Well, be wearing flip-flops in the shower and walking down the dorm hallway in a wet towel. Through the running water, she heard footsteps. They stopped outside the door. The doorknob rattled. Margot didn't think to lock it. You need to finish your shower. I can't. There's still soap. Now. Turn off the water. I can't. I'm not done. Her mother yanked back the shower curtain, startling Margot. Margot leaned against the wall, scrambling to cover herself with her hands. What are you doing? Her mother's expression did not change. I can't afford your running the water day and night. Her mother reached for the handle. Margot reached for it as well, their arms colliding. So, you're back to your old habits. This is your last warning. If you hit me ever again, I will call the police. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't stay here. I could go for a walk. She couldn't stay here. I could text someone. Claire mentioned wanting to go to the library, right? Beck always seems happy to see Margot. I want to talk to Beck some more. Margot breathed deeply. She'll just text Beck and it'll be fine. Hey, are you free today? Yes? I was just thinking about texting you. What's up? Wanted to see if we could hang out. I don't have any plans in mind. Want to come over? You can spend the night too if you want. Sure. Want me to pick you up? Yes, please. Margot immediately went outside and walked to the shopping center parking lot. She didn't think about what to pack to stay over. Her bag only had Clara's book in it. She just wanted to be out as soon as possible. Beck arrived soon after. Margot hopped
Hey,
in. You got everything you need?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be good. Felt like a weird thing to lie about. But Margot didn't want to think about anything. After driving for a bit, they reached Beck's place. Margot wasn't sure what she expected, but it was very different from hers. It was in one of the nicer neighborhoods across the train tracks, where every house seemed to be 2 floors with a pool in the background. Margot realized, considering Beck's car, she shouldn't be that surprised. Wow, your house looks really nice. Thanks, it's my mom's. Inside, Beck's house bordered on Too Cold. Beck's mom greeted them in the living room. She had her laptop with her on the couch. Hey, girls. Wow, it's nice to see you again, Margot. It's been a long time. You were a little girl the last time I saw you. Margot came over to shake her hand. She vaguely remembered seeing Beck's mother once or twice as a child.
Hi.
Nice to see you too. Thanks for having me over. Of course. Let me know if you need anything. I'm just going to check some work emails. She got up, taking her laptop to another room. Margot turned to Beck. Should I put my bag in your room? Yeah, I'll show you where it is. They went up to the stairs. Beck opened the door to her room and ushered Margot in. After you? Much like the rest of the house, her room felt huge. She had a computer desk in the corner and what looked like a walk-in closet. It seemed surprisingly tidy and soft. Every surface seemed to have a throw blanket or faux fur rug. Scented candles, huh? Yeah, is there a problem? Your room is just fluffier than I expected. Beck shrugged. I like to be comfortable. Have you had lunch yet? No. I can make something. Like what? Whatever you want. How about pizza? Okay. You can never say no to pizza. It's the universal food. They went back downstairs and Beck started mixing and chopping. Margot sat down at the bar seating in the kitchen. What are you doing? Making a pizza. Margot looked at a pile of chopped up cheese and vegetables and the dough Beck was mixing. From scratch? Of course, it's easy. You don't have to do all that for me. Beck rolled her eyes. I don't know, I don't have to. I want to. Do you at least want help?
Nope.
Margot watched. Beck seemed so automatic, Margot didn't think she even looked at a recipe. Once the pizza was in the oven, Beck came over to sit next to Margot. Where did you learn to cook like that? I just like trying out new recipes. Usually I think of something I like and see if I can make it. That's so cool. I wish I could cook. I could teach you. Yeah? If you could learn one thing to make, what would it be? Margaret thought about it for a moment. She remembered from one of her vacations from school her mother was in a particularly cheerful mood. Well, there was one time my mom made sopa. Soup? No, I don't remember the full name, but it's like a Portuguese beef stew. Where's your mom find a recipe like that? Her family immigrated from there. She said her aunt used to make it for holidays. Oh, so she's part Portuguese. Okay, cool. My mom tried to make Korean food a few times, but couldn't find all the ingredients. It came out different. There's some stuff my mom only gets when we're visiting relatives in California. Hey, same. The pizza was done, they went back up to Beck's room. They sat on the floor together. Margot took a bite. This is so good. You think so? This might be the best pizza I've ever had. They ate in silence for a moment. Hey, Beck? What's up? Why did you decide to stay with your mom? She put her plate down. I fought with my dad a lot. When my stepmom got pregnant, started fighting about how expensive it was for me to stay with them. Hi. I mentioned wanting to go to college and was really upset about how much that would cost.
Oh, my monitor fell down.
Well, shit. For a while, I had a hunch that my dad had pretty much moved on and wanted to focus on his new life. I felt like I was in the way. We had one really big fight, so I came here. What happened? I don't know, just dumb stuff. Just arguing about dumb stuff. There was a knock at the door. Can I come in? Yep. Beck's mom opened the door. Sweetie, I'm heading to bed early tonight. You can stay up, just keep it down if you need to go downstairs, okay? No problem. Either of you need anything? No. Thanks, though. Okay, good night, Becky. Good night, Mom. Love you. Love you, too. With that, she left. Margot turned to Beck.
Seriously?
Becky, huh?
What?
What, you're my mom now? It's just a very cute nickname for you. Wanna head to bed, Becky? Beck blushed. You're losing nickname privileges. Becky, why? I'm sorry, it's Rebecca from now on. Very well, Rebecca Flores. Beck cringed. It's worse somehow. Margot laughed. Alright. Margot looked at the time on her phone. I didn't realize it was late. You can get ready for bed if you want. I forgot something. What? I forgot my toothbrush and pajamas and charger. So what's in your bag? Margot remembered Clara's book. Oh, some books from work. Beck shrugged. You can use my stuff. Would your pajamas fit? Why wouldn't they? Margot thought Beck was trying to be nice, but she looked confused. We wear different sizes. Beck still looked confused. Margot wasn't sure what to say. I'll grab some things for you. She got up and went to her closet, grabbing some shorts and shirts from the shelf. Margot stood up and Beck handed the bundle to her. Try these. The bathroom is across the hallway. There should be some extra toothbrushes and stuff, too. After walking up, Margot tried... Son. No, son, you can't.
Yeah.
It's okay, buddy.
Oh my god, he freaks out like Molly does.
You're okay, son. We were just trying to keep you from running outside. It's okay. You're okay. Molly, why are you bothering him? She says, I want help.
What you gonna do, girl?
I help. I help.
Tobacco.
They're washing up. Margot tried on the clothes. They did not fit. They were too tight to wear to sleep. Plus girl problems. Jesus, am I right? She sat on the side of the tub. She looked at the pattern in the tile. She's like, why would my clothes fit you? Because you're like 3 times smaller than me, girl. Come on, me. In the past, when she had forgotten something, she'd have to borrow clothing or swimsuit from her friend's parents. Sometimes they'd still ask if it was too tight, if it was uncomfortable. Of course it was uncomfortable. Margot put back on her clothes and folded up the pile of pajamas. That's why you always wear comfortable clothes.
All the time.
When she returned to her bedroom, Beck looked confused. You're going to sleep in your jeans? I guess so. Why? Pajamas don't fit. Thanks, though. Beck placed the pile on her. She did try, at least, on her desk chair. I'll think of something else, then. She meandered around for a moment. Oh, it sounds like my mom is still up. I can ask her, okay? Margot sat down on Beck's bedside. Okay. What's up? Margot shook her head. She should stay positive. Oh, I forgot to ask. Where should I sleep? Either here or in the guest room. Up to you. Are we gonna sleep at Beck's room? Oh my god, why are you a monkey?
Because we're so excited, right?
Is it okay if I sleep here? Of course. I prefer that. Oh, whoa! Margot's face felt warm. After Beck borrowed pajamas from her mom from Margot, they lay down. Mom's pajamas fit? What? How? Margot stared across the room. She had slept over friends' houses before, in the same bed, even with friends who turned out to be cuddlers. Why did it feel different this time? 'Cause you got a crush. Margot focused on every sound she made. Was she breathing too loud? Was she adjusting too much to get comfortable? She tried to relax. Margot listened to the sound of the blankets shifting. Beck rolled over. Margot felt Beck's hand on her waist. Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa!
Oh, wow.
They cuddling! Her breath was warm on the back of Margot's neck. Her voice was quiet, close to inaudible.
Thanks for listening to me earlier.
Margot slowly moved her hand. She reached out, touching her fingertips to Beck's. Cute! Another strange dream. Margot wondered why she suddenly had so many lucid dreams. She thought it had been because of Clara, but she didn't see her this time. Oh, I don't like the examine. I don't like that. Can I check the gallery? Oh, I can! Miscellaneous. Quick sketch. That's the book. Photograph. Music box. That's cool. The other difference is that this time, Margot didn't feel like she was simply sitting up in her room. This was the living room. It didn't feel like the actual place. This one was larger, distorted. Lights were off, but the curtains on the door and windows were open. By moonlight, Margot could see the details of the room. There was the sound of crickets in the distance. Were her parents around?
Hello? Mom? Dad?
Margot shook her head. Out of habit, she called for her father. Will that ever change? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Margot lightly pushed the door. She expected it to be open, but it wouldn't budge. She tried the doorknob. It endlessly twisted round and round as though it was broken. She couldn't figure out a way in. Okay, parents' room then. Was her mother here, or a dream version of her? Margot went to her mother's room. She tried the knob. It wouldn't move at all. She tried pushing the door. Still nothing. Mom? There was no response. Okay, the bathroom then. Margot went to the hallway. She turned the knob on the bathroom door. Her tentative touch seemed to be enough for the door to open. Unlike the living room was dark. The window was eerily bright, but did not illuminate the space. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Oh, look in. Why not? Mom? All the other doors seemed to be closed. Was she really having a dream about being all alone in a locked-up home? Ooh, turn on the light first. Margot slid her hand along the inside wall, searching for the light switch. She felt the familiar shape and flipped it. Light bulb buzzed, flashed for a moment, and popped. There would be no light. Well, fuck. Margot looked closer and stepped inside. Something about the shapes in the bathroom seemed strange. Oh no. Oh no, I hate it. There was the sink, the tub, and toilet in their usual spots. Something was blocking the tub.
Are you in here?
Margot squinted her eyes. For some reason, Margot always felt uneasy about the bathroom. Horror game bathrooms, man. I don't know why the fuck they so creepy, but they always creepy. Every time. When she was little, she used to think it was because it was haunted. She noticed a strange smell. It started off musty, but the smell developed into something horrid. Margot held her hand to her nose. Bloody, or maybe like rotting meat? Margot felt cold. She stepped back. Aw, shit.
Dad?
There was no response. There was no response.
Hello?
Margot kept backing up. There was a pressure on her ankle. She looked down. Fingers. Aw, shit, dog! Raw, pulsing fingers wrapped around her ankle. She yanked her leg away. She needed to run. What was that? What was that in the bathroom? Its grip tightened. Oh my god! It pulled, slamming her to the ground. She reached out, clawing around for something to hold onto. Her arms scraped against the plywood on the floor. She held onto the doorframe, trying not to get dragged into the bathroom. Into the tub. She squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't want to see it.
Mom! Dad! Help!
Something grabbed her hands. She couldn't maintain her grip on the doorframe. She didn't want to look. To see the thing wrapping around her hands. Her arms were yanked forward, hard. She felt the pressure on her ankle release. Margot scrambled to her feet, opening her eyes. She ran to the living room. She could leave through the front door. But now something was by the door. There was a sound behind her, coughing and retching. Margot turned. It was... More people were here. There was a click at the door. Was it the lock? Jesus Christ. It was still dark outside. Margot could barely even see around the room. There was arguing. She held still, listening. Beck was standing next to the bed. Her arms were folded and eyebrow raised. Clara was in front of Beck, her arms stiff at her sides, hands balled into fright
You
fists.
shouldn't have been there.
Her voice was a low growl. You shouldn't be able to see me.
What are you? What do you want with Margot?
Clara,
How do you know my name?
you're that cat from Margot's neighborhood, aren't you? I knew I had a weird feeling that way.
Don't change the subject. So, you've been following Margot or something? Why would I tell you anything? Beck shook her head. Clara sighed. She looked over at Margot. I know you're awake. Beck glanced out at Margot. Margot sheepishly sat up. Margot, get your stuff. Let's go. What's going on? What was that thing? I thought we had plenty of time to figure things out, but there was a ghost, a dangerous one. So it wasn't just a nightmare. Could have hurt her. We need to go to your house and figure out what to do. Why do you need her isolated? Since you can turn into animals, are you a witch or something? Speculating about me isn't going to help Margot. Maybe you know more than you're letting on since you're able to talk to me. You really want to know why? It's because I have a blood bond with Margot. What? I thought it didn't mean anything, but obviously it does. What did Beck mean? Why would touching bloody knees together matter so much? Clara turned from Beck back to Margot. Margot, is that true? Any other blood bonds I should know about? Clara's tone was cutting. Margot thought these blood bonds were more symbolic than anything. Did their blood actually do something magical for Beck and Clara? How? Clara took a deep breath. You know what? It's fine. We need to focus on the present. Let's go. Come on, you could talk to her tomorrow, can't you? Seems a little weird that you can't discuss things in front of me. Why? It's a personal matter? Well, I saw it too, but I think it's ultimately up to Margot. Beck smiled weakly at Margot. I trust whatever decision you make. Margot glanced between them. Her brain was still foggy from waking up, but she trusted Beck. That's why she wanted to stay at her house, after all. However, Clara had a good point. How did their childish blood bond, make it so Beck could be in her dream or see Clara? Surely Clara actually knew what to do about the ghost in her dream. Stay at Beck's. She had to trust Beck. She needed to believe there was a reasonable explanation. Margot turned to Clara. I'm sorry. Can we talk about this with Beck, too?
No.
Clara turned away. Will I be safe in the meanwhile? We'll talk later. I would like some time alone to think things over. Well, damn. Let's save again. Slowly, with the sunlight from Beck's window, Margot woke up. What exactly happened the night before? Clara had been in her dreams before, but Beck? What was that thing, the ghost she saw? Margot sat up, eager to talk about everything with Beck. She looked over. Beck was still asleep. She clutched her pillow tightly in her arms, her hair ruffled. So I'm assuming this is the day after, the morning after? Margot watched her. She wondered what kind of dreams did Beck have. Margot hoped they were more peaceful than hers. Beck stirred a bit, loosening her grip on the pillow. She yawned, opening her eyes. She looked up at Margot.
Hey.
Watching me sleep? Margot looked away. How you feeling? Anything else happened last night? Pretty uneventful after we went back to sleep. Beck nodded a little to herself. I'm happy to hear. She propped herself up on her elbow. Do you want to talk about what happened in your dream?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's get some breakfast. There's a cafe nearby. Beck started to get up. Wait. She turned back to Margot. What's up? Aren't you freaked out? I guess I expected a bigger reaction after seeing the ghost and the stuff about the cat. Oh, yeah. I thought that I've been hallucinating, the stress getting to me or something. Yeah. Beck looked pensive. Things haven't exactly been normal for me either. Ever since our bloodline, I've been able to see things. See things? Yeah, I thought it was stress too. I was so young my parents separated. Started moving a lot. Maybe I invented these imaginary things to cope with it. Sometimes it was like something from a horror movie. But it kept happening. Like you said, I didn't know if I was hallucinating or what. Is it messed up that I'm glad weird things are happening to you too? So that I know it's real and we can talk about it together? Could still be folie à deux. What's that? Shared delusion. Beck laughed a little to herself. Could be worse. Margot and Beck found a spot in the back of the cafe, out of earshot of the other patrons. They curled up on an old plush couch. Beck took a sip from her coffee. They both stared off. After leaving Beck's bedroom, they hadn't spoken. Margot's mouth was dry. I was starting to fully hit Margot how drained she felt. She suspected that Beck felt the same. In the corner of the shop, a television played the news. It was a follow-up to the report Margot's mother watched days ago. There were more suspected grave robberies. The reporter hypothesized a new satanic panic on the horizon. Beck cleared her throat. Clara said there was a ghost. That it was dangerous?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Do you know why a ghost would be after you? Not really. I don't understand why it was in the bathroom. None of it makes sense. Yeah, we were able to pull you away from it. It was dragging you in there. It smelled so bad. I didn't know ghosts could have a smell. Margot turned to Beck. So, how were you able to see her? How did you know she was the cat? Is that what you were talking about earlier? Yeah. I think I can see what you see sometimes. Like what? Well, Clara and, your eye. I saw when he, Margot tensed up. Sorry. Margot grimaced. What else has she seen? I think it all goes back to the blood bond. I guess that's also why you were able to be in my dream. Yeah, but I don't think it was just a dream. Felt more solid, I guess. Itchy. Why is my nose itchy? What else would it be? I don't know. Margot shook her head. Don't little kids do that stuff all the time? I feel like things have only been getting worse since I came home. What else has been going on? Earlier this week, Clara mentioned something about a demon, too. She took this weird photo of me. I guess I don't have a soul?
What?
A demon? Margot buried her face in her hands. I've been trying to just go to work and mind my business. Beck sighed. She rubbed Margot's back. Do you know who or what Clara is? Nope. How did you meet her? What happened? Margot chuckled darkly. Wouldn't you already know everything? Not everything. Margot focused on the feeling of Beck's hand, the slow circular motion of it across her back. I'm afraid to sleep tonight. What if I see the ghost again? Do I have to be afraid every night? She didn't see the ghost again last night. Margot stirred around the food on her plate. Was it out of her control? She could hope it was a random one-off nightmare, that it seemed more significant than it actually was. She took a bite of her food. Who was the ghost? Could that be random too? She sighed to herself. At least there was a silver lining to this. Beck could see Clara. Margot was starting to worry that maybe Clara wasn't there. Back in the office, Erica sat down next to Margot. I didn't have any luck finding that book for Gina. She handed Margot a lottery card. Maybe you could see if you could find it for her. Margot pocketed the card. Sure, I can look after work. Margot sat down with the book. Why did Gina want to read the Bardo Thodol? Margot skimmed the first page. The name translation to Liberation Through Hearing During the Intermediate State. Pardon? From her cursory reading, it seemed to be an in-depth guide to death and rebirth. Margot furrowed her eyebrows. Looks like a different version than the one in the shed. Margot bit her lip. You need to give me some warning before you just appear. I told you I wanted to go to the library. Margot rubbed her arm. Clara was not helping with her decision last night. She was surprised that Clara was even talking to her now. You still want to help me? Do I want to? No. Clara tapped on Margot's back. I don't have much of an option, remember? And considering what just happened, I can't really afford not to. Clara gestured to the row of computers on the other side of the library. Are those microfiche readers? I don't think so. They're just normal computers. Oh, you could do your research there. Clara strode over to the computers, Margot trailing behind. Clara sat down awkwardly at the computer. Margot stood to the side.
Okay.
I've never touched a computer before. Really? Clara looked uncomfortable. I told you it's been 18 years. Oh, right. It's hard to remember considering Clara looked about Margot's age. Well, do you know how to use a typewriter? Yes. Do you know about the internet? Clara considered the question for a moment. I read an article about it when it was new. Margot nodded. She pulled up a browser window. You can pretty much find anything on the internet. Oh, you could use my laptop at home. Would that help?
Yes.
Margot pulled the keys out of her bag. She had been dreading seeing her mother again. She knew it would happen eventually. Margot slid the door open. Her mother waited expectantly in the living room, papers in hand. Look at this. She shoved the papers in Margot's hand. Margot looked at it. Some sort of bar graph. What is this? Do you see a pattern? I don't understand. The water bill is double when you're home. If you're going to use water like that, you'll need to start contributing. I can't. I'm saving up for college. You need to figure something out. Her mother pulled the papers back out of her hands. Margot suppressed a sigh and went to her room. Margot lay on her bed. That's kind of how it works. Margot lay on her bed. In the dark, she stared up at the ceiling. Text Beck. Hey, thanks for letting me stay over. Anytime. I just feel bad I couldn't help you more. It's okay. You need anything? I don't know. Thanks for checking. Don't worry. I'll make sure nothing bad happens to you. Was work okay? I picked up a book for one of the residents. It's about preparing for death, I think. I feel like everything around me has been about death lately. Same here. 'Cause of me? No, other stuff. Ever had a near-death experience? No, but at this point I wouldn't be surprised if I did. What about you? Yeah, I don't recommend it. Margot had never seen this apartment before. It looked older, almost like visiting a grandparent's home. The decor made her think of the 80s. Oh, we gotta examine again. Oh god, I didn't like this the last time. Living room. It seemed strange to Margot that she was dreaming of a place she'd never seen before. It could be a regular dream then. She walked around the room, brushing her fingertips over the tables and couch as she passed by them. This time it seemed she was alone. Do you prefer being alone? Depends. Depends on what mood I'm in at the time. Sometimes I like the quiet, and then sometimes not right now. Margot shivered a bit. She didn't want to be alone. Although she didn't fully know what Beck and Clara wanted from her, it was nice to know they were there when she was in trouble in her last dream. It was comforting that her friends from her hometown and private school messaged her. Even when it was difficult for her to reach out to people, she still needed them. This was way different than I expected. Margot turned around. Well, she had thought she was alone. The voice sounded like it was coming from a telephone. Ooh, window. Margot pulled down a panel of the Venetian blinds covering the window. The plastic gave way and bent in half under her finger. Outside was a city downtown with unfamiliar brick apartments. A few blocks away, Margot could see what she assumed to be a lush city park. This definitely wasn't Arizona. I miss playing music together, like we're a family band. I don't understand why he left us, why he left me alone. Margot wondered who this person was. Oh, was she seeing Beck's memories? Her thoughts drifted. She wondered what it felt like to play music together. At home, she wasn't allowed to sing, let alone play an instrument. Was it like singing? Looking through the shelves, the kitchen seemed borderline empty. Margot wondered if the people who lived here were struggling. It's kind of creepy. She's not even 10 years older than me. She has this vacant stare. I feel like he does too now. Margot was a little afraid to check the bathroom, but in this place the door was wide open. Lights were on as sunlight shined in from outside. She peeked in. Empty. But droplets of blood trailed along the floor from the door to the sink. I want to go home. Where was this place to the girl? After seeing the rest of the apartment, Margot wondered if the bedroom would feel as abandoned and empty. She tried the door. Locked. But this was all that was left, right? Why was Margot seeing this place? Was it being shown to her? If so, by who? She looked behind her. Whose voice was she hearing? Margot wondered if it was a memory or someone far away. Gina gently held the book in her hands. Thank you so much, Margot. I'll start reading this today. Margot shifted around a bit. She wanted to ask Gina about why she wanted the book, but the question felt too direct. It's about Buddhism, right? That's right. It's a Tibetan Buddhist text. Are you Buddhist? Gina smiled and leaned closer. Between you and me, I don't know what I am. I turned 90 this year. Felt like it was about time I started figuring things out. Margot smiled back. I'd like to hear about what you're reading, if that's okay. I like learning about different religions. I think they're interesting. Margot thought about the group message. That was only Saturday, but already felt like weeks ago. Even if she couldn't meet up with her private school friends, should still message them. Margot walked into her room and dropped her bag by the door. She looked at her nightstand, expecting to see her laptop. It sat on her bed, messages open. It was moved. Rather, everything in her room had been moved around and sifted through.
Hello.
I'm here. Did you? Clara waved her hand. I'll put everything back. Margot had left Clara's book in her room so she could use her laptop. But she didn't exactly expect every notebook, magazine, textbook she owned to be strewn across the floor. Margot clenched her jaw. Clara seems to be making herself at home. Margot laughed nervously. It's a bit more than my laptop. I thought there could be a clue somewhere. Maybe something you overlooked. Margot picked up an open 17 magazine. Anything critical here? Clara wrung her hands together. Well, we were talking about how I need to catch up from the past 18 years, and I was curious. At the back of her mind, Margot was still stressed about the diaries laying around. She wasn't sure what Clara would have read or what she thought of any of it. But it seemed like they were making some progress. She couldn't antagonize her now. It's fine if you use the laptop or look at my magazines, but for my personal stuff, let's talk about that first, okay? Clara was uncharacteristically sheepish. Margot sat down. Find anything? Or anything you want to talk about? Clara held out a sketchbook. I found one of your drawings. It looks like the flower in your spirit photo. Margot looked at the page. It was the flower she drew while at the park with Beck. Oh yeah, I noticed that. I saw it at the park. Beck pointed it out. Clara glanced at it again. She did she? It's a weird coincidence, right? Beck did mention that this flower didn't normally grow in this part of the state. Did you find anything else? No. Nothing in particular. Margot's laptop dinged, signaling a new message. Clara turned to look at the screen. You should check that. Margot glanced at her laptop. There was a new message from Helen. Is he a good dad? Helen. She still needed to ask her mother about Helen. Margot turned to Clara. I think I need to talk to my mom about something. Something that I think will help us. Clara nodded. Her mother sat on the couch, leaning towards the television. Shh. My show is almost over. It only takes 45 minutes. You say that every time. Margot stood nearby, waiting for it to end. She checked her phone, hoping for some distraction. No new texts. Glancing up at the television, Margot wondered if the episode looked familiar. Her mother had a habit of making VHS tapes of her favorite shows. She often rewatched episodes. The credits rolled. Do you know anyone named Helen? I got a message from a woman asking about Dad. Her mother took a deep breath. Oh, come sit. Margot sat down on the other side of the couch. Her mother reached out and grabbed her hand. I have something very important to tell you. Margot furrowed her eyebrows. She shifted around. She didn't feel comfortable with her mother holding her hand. Before your father and I met, he was married and had a daughter. You've probably seen his painting of that little girl. Okay. This was all long before you were ever born. Well, that woman, his ex-wife, tried to ruin our lives. She insisted her daughter come visit us one summer. I think they were both trying to set us up. The whole time that little girl stayed with us, she kept fussing about how bored and homesick she was. I heard her talking on the phone to her mother about how much she didn't like me, conspiring against us. Well, maybe it's because you're a bitch, Mom. Then the next day, wouldn't you know it, CPS came knocking at the door to come get her. The little girl accused your father of assaulting her. Could you believe it? Margot fidgeted with her shirt with her free hand. It was so funny that the sprinklers went off on her and that CPS worker. Her bags were soaked. But joke's on that little girl. Doctors had to perform all these invasive examinations on her for the court case. All it did was prove that those two were liars. Her mother laughed. Felt like the contact with her hand was burning her. Bet she didn't expect that. Margot's stomach lurched. Why would her mother think that was funny? That woman and that little girl tried to take everything away from us. Don't you dare talk to her. The woman probably still wants child support. Margot had heard enough. Helen messaged me that her mom passed away years ago. Her mother raised an eyebrow. Oh. Good. What a bitch. Wow. Okay, only a bitch calls someone else a bitch like that. She finally let go of Margot's hand. Margot rubbed her hands against her jeans. I guess you can talk to her then. Her mother turned back to the television and started to rewind the VHS tape. Margot stood up. A painting? It was getting dark, but Margot wanted to find the painting. Somehow the shed was already filled with a new layer of spiderwebs and dust. She carefully looked through the stack of canvases. Eventually she found one. It was an unfamiliar toddler sitting in a high chair. Was this Helen? She couldn't tell, mentally comparing it to Helen's profile picture. Margot set it aside. In a back corner there was a box of her father's old sketchbooks. She glanced over at it, wiping the sweat off her brow. Margot thought about what Clara said. She could keep looking through more things. Maybe there were more clues, drawings, photographs, something that could help her make sense of the dream she had. Margot flipped through the pages. Margot felt like throwing up. Her mouth tasted like acid. The drawings, they were disturbing. She hadn't seen this sketchbook before. So many of the drawings were graphic illustrations of women being assaulted. Ugh. Strange things like centaurs attacking them. Between pages were newspaper clippings about grisly crimes in different cities. These articles serve as inspiration for his art? Margot threw it back in the box. The pages landed, newly bent and folded. Her hands felt dirty. Why did she bother looking behind the first drawing? She felt so sick. She forgot to message her friends yesterday. She finally sat up in bed. She focused on that thought. She grabbed her laptop. How's everyone's summer job? She didn't expect a response so early in the morning, but she was trying. Pushing aside her laptop, she lay back down to stare at the ceiling. Helen, the painting, that girl in her dream.
Hi, son. What are you doing? Son. Son. Who gets the pets?
The voice she heard in her dream mentioned wanting to go home.
Maybe.
I also mentioned that there was someone she didn't like. Maybe. Margot looked at her phone. I had another weird dream. Are you free this afternoon to meet up? Of course. What's been happening? There was someone new in it. Another ghost? No, it's different. It feels like a memory. Margot checked the time. She still had a moment before she needed to get ready. She checked her laptop again. Maybe it was time to finally respond to Helen. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. Victor Silva is my dad. He died last month. It only took a moment for Helen to respond. Wow, I can't believe this. I'm really sorry. I wish I messaged you sooner. I could have talked to him. What was he like? He kept to himself. Mostly kept to himself. He painted and read a lot. Margot closed her laptop. What more could she say? She briefly thought about her mother's story. Didn't Helen visit them? It sounded like she didn't remember that trip. Maybe like Margot, she also had a poor memory of her childhood. Margot couldn't blame her for forgetting. As Margot got ready, she thought about how nice it could be to have a new family member. Margot checked her phone at lunch. She had a text from Nikki. Hey, I had an idea. What's up? You told me about your friend Beck? I want to meet her. You, me, and Beck should go shopping. Sounds fun. I can text her. KK, we could do Friday? I'll see what she says. Margot opened her text with Beck. Want to go to the mall with my friend Nikki and me? Yes. When? Does Friday work? Yep. I guess I'll see you a lot this week. Margot put her phone away. After work, Margot sat in her room. It was quiet. Her mother was not home yet. Sometimes in the quiet, it would sound like two voices were in the living room. They would talk about what she did wrong that day. They could talk about what she did wrong when she was a toddler. It didn't matter.
Mom. Mom. What are you doing, Mom? Silly Mom.
They would go on and on throughout the whole night, talking about what a spiteful little bitch she is, how lucky she is to have them. No one else would ever put up with this. No one would ever... She had to distract herself while waiting for Beck to arrive. She had a perfectly fine day. Why were her thoughts spiraling like this? Margot opened her laptop. She decided to look at Helen's profile more. There was a photo album that included messages wishing her daughter a happy 18th birthday. She had a daughter the same age as Margot. Oh wow. Would they have anything in common? Maybe it would be nice to be an aunt. There was a new message. Could I see some of his paintings? Sure, I'll see if I can take a photo of them later. My mom said he made one of you. Really? I'd love to see that. Could I talk to your mom? I wanted to ask her some things. I can ask. Margot felt uneasy. Why would her mom say to Helen? Did Helen remember when she visited them after all? Margot wanted to turn the conversation around. Can you tell me more about yourself? It's not every day that I find out I have a sister. Margot waited for a moment. The responses stopped. Margot looked around her room. It would be easier if she could just talk to her mother about Helen. Talk to any adult about it, honestly. There was Eric at work, there was Gina, but that would be unprofessional. Margot laughed a bit to herself. How about Danny? He seemed chatty. How about the woman from the New Age store? Maybe she'd be willing to chat with Margot about her half-sister Ghost, Clara's book. Margot's phone vibrated. Beck was on her way to the park. Margot grabbed her bag and headed out. Talk to Beck. Beck knows everything. At the park, Beck sat across from Margot. She eagerly leaned forward.
Cool.
I'm excited for them all.
Yeah.
Me too. What's Nikki like? She's really into sports. Loves animals. I'll avoid that topic. She doesn't have much of a filter. She asked to see if you could come to the mall with us. We've been friends since middle school, so she likes to know what I'm up to. Make sure I haven't fallen in love with the wrong crowd. I think she thinks you're a model. So you two should get along fine.
What?
A model, huh? You showed her a photo of me? Yep, she asked. I'm not much for shopping, but hanging out should be fun. Beck leaned back. So, what's been happening? I had a dream with a girl I had never seen or heard before. I've also been getting messages from a woman asking about my dad, so I talked to my mom about it. From what my mom said, I guess I have a half-sister that's been messaging me. I think she's the girl I had a dream about. A half-sister? Your mom knew about it? It wasn't like... No, she was from my dad's previous marriage. That you've never heard about before. Yeah, I'm not too sure what to do with that, you know? This morning I was kind of daydreaming about it. Maybe it's too optimistic to think, but what if we got to know each other really well? She's really cool and nice, I guess. What if you could meet her? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but Or still the ghost stuff. I haven't seen it since Saturday. I can't tell what is and isn't related anymore. Or if it's just any and all the weird stuff that's happening to me right now. It has to be related, right? Maybe, but the dreams with her feel more like a memory. Margot shifted in her seat. Is it all related to the demon? Clara saying I don't have a soul? You mentioned that a bit. And then there's my blood bond with you. That was years ago. Beck smiled weakly. I guess you need to worry about one thing at a time. Guess so. Speaking of, I wanted to ask you something. Yeah? Do you still see what I see? Since moving back here, not as much. Mainly just bits and pieces of your dreams, like the ghost and Clara. I feel like my memory gets really fuzzy, but I remember the important details. For example, that I should be afraid of that cat. Margot nodded. I don't know, I guess I felt really self-conscious about that. Yeah, I understand. It's reassuring at all it wasn't something I was actively doing. Well, I'm here talking to you. I like you a lot. Oh, that's sweet. Hearing that, Margot blushed. I appreciate that. It was reassuring. After a while, Beck went home. Back in Margot's room, Clara was waiting. You smell awful. Were you with that girl? Beck? She smells like a corpse. Okay. I hope you're not talking to her still. I don't trust her. Clara sighed. I want to try something. She stood up from Margot's bed and picked something up. Margot watched as Clara checked every corner of the room. She shut the door and closed the curtains. Margot slipped off her jacket. Clara held a match to what she was holding. An incense stick that Margot hadn't seen before. Oh, I love incense. She placed it on Margot's nightstand, then turned to her. What is it? I want to see if we can induce a lucid dream. It's been a while since you had a dream, hasn't it? Margot hesitated. She hadn't mentioned her most recent dream to Clara yet. I did have one recently. Clara frowned. You need to tell me these things. I meant to. Was the ghost in your dream? I don't think so, but someone else was there. I think it was my sister. You have a sister? Good. Maybe we can get a soul from her. What do you mean? Clara sat down on Margot's bed. Listen. I need you to have a soul, so I can have a human body. You need one so you won't face nothingness when you die. Huh? What exactly does that mean? So the demon has your soul, you won't have an afterlife. You'll be trapped with that demon for as long as they see fit. Okay. How am I not dead without one? What is a soul? It's energy, an amount of power over reality. Power over reality? What did that mean? Margot's hands felt clammy.
Well,
what will happen to Helen if I get her soul? Wouldn't she be stuck too? It'll only be a fragment of it, but what will happen?
I don't know.
Since it's not the whole thing, she'll probably be fine. Maybe a bit listless. What about the ghost? You said it was dangerous. What exactly is it? I believe it's a hungry ghost. Someone who was greedy in life, now they crave putrid things. Maybe that's where they've been grave robberies. Yes, usually they're only dangerous during the 7th lunar month. What do you think that means then? Might be why you've only seen it in a dream. We have until September to figure out the ghost. In the meanwhile, I think it's another opportunity. Margot paced around. This doesn't feel right. Is this okay to do? What do you mean by okay? Morally right? Clara looked slightly amused. No one is keeping count. She patted the bed next to her. Come lie down. Margot obliged. The moment her head hit the pillow, it felt like the room was spinning. Her doubts were still there, but her thoughts felt dulled and muddied. Stay focused on the sensation of your body and the smell of the incense. Her stomach turned, nausea building. Before she fell asleep, she thought about what Clara said. No one is keeping count. Sometimes it's less about what other people think and more about what you think of yourself. Because, obviously, morality and, what's right and wrong is different for different people. But you, yourself, definitely have to think about, what's right for you and what feels right and what feels wrong to you. More so than, anybody else. So, that's just my 2 cents here. Same apartment. Every time Margot turned her head, it felt like the room was slow motion moving around her. Almost felt like a normal dream. Walking around, she felt like her feet were sinking into sand. Every step was met with resistance. Today, something was different about the apartment. The walls were covered in photographs. It was a family she didn't recognize. Why did you leave me with them? I'm sorry. Look what they did to you. What if one day I make them mad too? I'm sorry I can't do more for you. It's because you're jealous of the attention I got. No, you want them to hurt me. No, I know it's not safe for you there either. One day I'll cry too much. One day I won't make them proud. I know it's just a matter of time. But what can I do? Margot tried to focus. Where was Beck? Who was she talking to? Margot tried to remember why she was here and what she was doing. Clara said to find the girl, her sister Helen. I have to do this. You need to take part of her soul. Oh, damn. It must be done. There's no way around it. Margot had to piece together a new soul for herself and Clara. Clara said it wouldn't hurt them, her sister or the ghost. This was the only way to make sure no one would be hurt. Regardless, Margot needed to find her. If she was in Margot's dreams, there was a chance the ghost wasn't too far away either. If she could, Margot wanted to protect her and figure out what was going on with her. What if the ghost was already here? Could that be who Beck was talking to? Ooh, I want to find Beck first. Ooh. She needs my help. Help? What will it take to help Beck? Perhaps she's beyond help and it is already over for her. She does believe Margot could be her way out. Helen would be okay, right? With Beck, maybe they could do more together to reach out to her. Margot looked around. Where was Beck? What can I do? What can I do? There was a painting in the room. She could only see the back of the canvas popped up against a table. Margot trudged over to it. With each step, it felt like her feet were sinking more and more into the floor. She got close enough to peer around it. Beck sat in front of it, curled up on the ground. She hugged her knees tightly to her. It seemed as though she was also sinking into the floor. Beck intently eyed the painting, seemingly not noticing Margot at all. Margot glanced from her to the painting. It was her father's paintings of Helen. Dark-haired toddler in a high chair.
Beck?
What do you see? Who are you talking to? Beck looked up at Margot. Don't you see her too? I think we're seeing different things. Different. She blinked and looked at the painting. She's not here. It's just a painting. Beck rubbed her eyes. How stupid of me. She couldn't talk to me. Why would she be mad at me? What's going on? We need to find your sister, right? Beck slowly stood up. The floor seemed to stretch and unstick from her. Let's look. Does this dream feel weird to you, too? Yeah. Let's hurry and see if we can get out of here. Margot glanced at the painting one more time before they started their trudge to the bedroom floor. The photograph contained along the walls outside of the door. There are a couple of empty picture frames hung on the wall. Margot placed her hand on the door, feeling her skin fuse with the wood. It took all of her strength to speak. Helen? That's who you are, right? Who's there? I'm Margot. You've been messaging me. Messaging? What does that mean? She heard papers rustling. Can you open the door? I can't find my photos. I'm trying to make a photo album, but I can't find my photos anywhere. Beck looked at the frames. If you open the door, I can help you find them. I can't find them. Where could they be? Where? Behind her, Margot heard footsteps. Startled, Beck turned around. What was that? She bristled at the sound. Could it be? Aw, shit, dog. Whatever. I guess we'll never know. Guess we'll never know what it was. Thank you for the tea time. I actually do have tea. It's iced tea with milk. My throat is hurting from all this reading. I like it though. I find it really interesting and the art style is really cool. Very unique and different. I can't believe I'm doing this. What made her think the shop owner would want to talk to her? She seemed nice enough, but it was probably just for customer service. After the incidents making her throw up in the morning, the dream she had last night, Margot felt like she was at the end of her rope. Margot placed her hand on the shop door. She sighed to herself, pushing it open. People make small talk all the time, don't they? When she was inside, the shop felt different to her. Maybe it was her anxiety about talking to the owner. But there was something specific. It smelled like Clara's incense. Could she have gotten it here? How would she have done that? Yeah, I'll ask. Oh, hello. Margot gritted her teeth. She hadn't fully figured out how to start up the conversation. Nice to see you again, Margot.
Yeah.
I assume your craft project turned out well. Oh yeah, it looks great. Lovely. Tell me what you need. Did you get a new incense for the store? Yes, it's a new import. Would any of it help with sleeping? Possibly sandalwood.
Okay.
Does it help with nightmares? I'd assume you're too young to have sleep issues. Stressed about college, I guess. I see. We can talk about it. If that's okay. Of course. I'm worried about my family when I leave for college. I found out I have a new cousin that I didn't know about before, and I've been having stressful dreams about her. I see. You haven't expressed this to her. I guess not. Try talking to her, see if that helps. In the meanwhile, the incense should help calm your nerves. Yanner smiled. I suppose I should count on you being a regular.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. She nodded to Margot. Until next time, then. Same to you. Teresa. Margot smiled. Same to you, Teresa. She's a sweetie. Margot checked her laptop. Maybe Teresa was right. She could try waking Helen about the dreams. Did she know they were happening? Margot considered her options. First, she wanted to check the group chat. Alejandra. We're doing a little road trip before 4th of July. Then I'm working in the lab after that. Cool, where are you going? Roswell. I want to take pictures with an alien. I don't think there's any actually aliens there. That's what I tried to tell her. Hey, weren't you the one who wanted to see the thing? I needed answers. What is it? You'll have to see for yourself. Margaret switched to her conversation with Helen. She needed to focus. There was a response. Not a lot to say about me. I looked at your photos. Looks like you do a lot of school activities. I guess I wasted my time with the wrong crowd when I was your age. My mom was a real witch. Did Dad help you with school? Margot remembered her first day at a private school. Her mother was angry and refused to drive her there. Margot begged her. Her dorm room, classes, food, everything was covered by scholarship. All she had to do was drive her there. Finally, her father said he would do it. The drive was fine. Unpacking and setting up her room was fine. On the way out, I guess so. Can I ask you something? Have you had any weird dreams lately? Yeah, that's what made me want to find Dad. I keep having dreams about him. In them, I'm a kid. It's the weirdest thing. Really? Me too. Margot shut her computer. She wanted to stop thinking about her father. On the way out, he leaned over and kissed her on the neck. She shivered, feeling sick. She hated feeling like her neck was too exposed. Ugh. Maybe it was time to really talk to her mother about this. So her dad was a gross dude. In the living room, Margot's mother was in front of the television. She was watching the news. I looked up that little girl. Margot was surprised. Helen has a criminal record. Apparently she likes to drive drunk.
Oh.
She messaged me today. Margot's mother turned to her and gave her a stern look. Don't give that little girl my address. I'm not paying her a dime. Margot turned away. She went back to her room.
Margot.
Well, that was a successful conversation. In her hands were 2 picture frames. Your mother plans to head out tonight. To stay at Denny's.
Okay.
Margot glanced at the picture frames again. Are those? How is that possible? These are the ones from my dream.
Yes.
We need the photos for them. I didn't see you in my dream.
How?
How is that even possible? Laura smiled a little. Out of everything, this is what surprises you. She set the frames down. I was in your dream. While you and Beck were distracted, I grabbed these. If we get the photos that Helen wants, I believe she'll open the door.
Okay.
So we just need to wait for my mom to leave, right? Then we could look through the photo albums? Exactly. From the other room, Margot heard the front door slide and click shut. Clara picked up the picture frames. Let's go. Her mother's room was dark. The curtains were always drawn closed. Clara stood in the middle, surveying it. I think the photo albums are in the closet. Margot slid the door open. On the top shelf sat a small white box. She left it alone. Margot had a feeling she knew what it was. Below, there were large cardboard boxes. She opened the first box. She jumped back at the sound of roaches skittering. You have to keep looking. I know. Tentatively, Margot looked again. It was full of bank statements. She carefully put it back and checked a second box. This one was full of photo albums. Margot remembered seeing some when she was little. She flipped through the pages. Pictures from vacations her parents took before she was born. Pictures of the farm in California that her mother grew up on. Her mother's favorite horse. Old letters from family that didn't immigrate, still on some faraway island. Margot examined them for a moment. The cursive on the faded pages was impossible to read. She couldn't tell if it was English or Portuguese, let alone what it said. She tucked it back in between 2 pages of black and white photographs. Seeing every page used to its full extent, it particularly stood out when Margot found an empty page. It had nothing but a couple of torn, sticky spots. That's weird. Interesting. Margot flipped through it some more. Another empty page. I'm guessing these are the photos we need. Great. We can check the other photo albums? Margot sighed. We can try. I'm just worried about her noticing. Her living room. The television was on. Margot looked at the television, trying to figure out what was on it. Her mother sat motionless, leaning forward in her seat. It was a movie. A group of women immigrated to the United States. As they grew up, they stayed in contact. They had daughters. These daughters grew up considering each other sisters. I wonder where my daddy is. Margot looked around. She didn't see her. I haven't heard from him in years. Do you know what happened to him? Why can't I remember anything? You wouldn't want to see him. Her mother didn't look up. Of course I want to see him. My mom made up so many lies about him. But look at you, you're going to college. But I could have done that too if he was in my life. Margot thought about what her mother told her, about the assault accusation. I think he did something to you. But maybe you blocked out. Margot couldn't block out the intrusive image of the centaur drawing in the shed. Worse still, she couldn't block out the memory of him trying to show her something on the computer. She shook her head, glancing at her unmoving mother. Whatever was on the television somehow frightened Margot as much as her thoughts. It must have been really hard for you. You shouldn't blame yourself for something like that. Of course I blame myself. I'm the one who got punished. Everyone got mad at me. Helen, I'm not mad at you. We could still get to know each other. Margot walked closer to her mother on the television. How could she not react to any of this? Why doesn't she care? Margot looked at her closely. In her hands were the photographs. Why don't you care about any of this? Why doesn't any of this seem to faze you? Why don't you react to anything? Margot's breath quickened. She wanted to grab the shoulders of the woman in front of her, shake her until she had any reaction at all.
Seriously?
He's not alive anymore. What's the point of continuing to side with him? Nothing. She continued to sit, leaning forward, her full focus on the television. Margot waved her hands in front of her face. She felt like a child again, wanting her mother to react to her coming home from school. Nothing at all. There was no point in talking to her, was there? Margot needed the photos, regardless. Yep. We take. Slowly, carefully, Margot approached her. She reached out and grasped the missing photographs. Now she just had to put them away. You're always ripping things out of my hands. Grab, 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 that's all you do. Margot covered her mouth with her free hand to stop from screaming. Her other hand still clutched the free edges of the photos. Damn. Margot tried, she really did. She would have asked, but her mother wouldn't answer her. Margot pulled, as hard as she could, afraid the photos would tear. Sheesh. Margot sat down with Gina in the lobby. How's your reading going? Quite well. The first time I heard about his book, I was quite sensationalized. The 60s, I was already a bit too old for it all, but I heard about people using drugs for religious experiences. Margot felt a bit shocked to hear Gina talk about that. The only adults she could think of who ever mentioned drugs around her were DARE officers or her father. How did this book relate to drugs? There's a guidebook for LSD based off of it. I suppose because it describes what people see when they die. And there's these different liminal states between life, death, and rebirth, where a person can have different visions. Liminal states? Liminal. There it is. Devil's liminal. Yes, it mainly describes the ones between death and rebirth. It also mentions that life, meditation, and dreaming are liminal states. Apparently lucid dreaming can be beneficial. Ah, so it's about the lucid dreaming and then like death and rebirth. Okay, okay. I see the name now. For what? For preparing for death. Maybe at Gina's age it's easier to be more candid. Talking about lucid dreaming reminded her of the photographs in her bag, that she somehow was able to grab from her dream. It was time to go to the mall. Nikki was late. Have you heard from Nikki? No, this is normal. Wanna wait at mine? Okay. I'll text her that we're here. After waiting for a bit, Beck came by and picked up Margot. At Beck's place, they went to the backyard. You know what I thought of?
What?
You didn't see my garden last time. I didn't know you gardened. But Beck eagerly led Margot to a shaded corner of the backyard. A light cloth was placed on trellises above the plants. Several types of vegetables, melons, and flowers were neatly on display. Beck carefully surveyed her plants. I'm worried the next couple of months are going to be rough. What do you think? This is really cool, Beck. I've never been able to get something to grow. Beck shrugged. I have a lot of free time to tend to it. Oh, I should have some Armenian cucumbers soon. I can give you some.
Sure.
Sure, I'd really like that. Beck smiled. She crouched down to continue looking at her garden.
Yeah.
Your garden's really impressive. That's why you know so much about the plants at the park, right?
Exactly.
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, of course. Oh, what if you drew something from my garden? It would be such an honor. If it's for your room, I would need to make sure it's cute to match the decor. Cute? How did you get into gardening? My mom started on it when she moved here. I started helping when I moved in with her, but I think now I'm the only one looking after it. What are you gonna do when you go to college? Tabletop herb garden. Really took my cooking skills to the next level. But your cooking is so good already. I know. Oh, would you want to stay over tonight? Yes. Margot needed a break from everything going on with her sister. Beck smiled. Great. Suddenly, Margot could hear a car horn. It was getting more and more persistent. Her phone buzzed. Oh, Nikki's here. At Nikki's car, Margot went to sit in the back. Beck followed suit, pushing aside old food wrappers. Nikki looked in the rearview mirror. Oh, is no one going to sit up front with me? I didn't know it was going to be a third wheel. Margot nudged Beck. Nikki wanted to hang out with you. Oh, sorry. Beck got out of the car and opened the passenger door. An old drink cup rolled out onto the road. Did you need that? Come on, hurry up and get in. On the road, Nikki started making small talk. Beck, where'd you live before moving back? All over the place. I was in Scottsdale with my friend before coming here. Before that, I was in San Diego for a while. Both my parents worked there. Wow. Are you going to college too? Yeah, looks like I'm going back to California at the end of the summer.
Seriously?
Wait, seriously? Like Margot.
Really?
You're going to California too? Yeah, how has this never come up? Nikki cleared her throat. Oh, do you have any plans? Yeah, gonna live in Phoenix with some friends. Probably not in Scottsdale, but I'll text you some new places to check then. Okay. Is there anything you wanted to shop for? I want a new piercing. Food. Is that shopping? Beck shrugged. I'm hungry. Mood, though. Mickey led the group to their first stop. The jewelry shop had a few teens meandering around with their parents. Beck, you have a lot of piercings. Yep. I did most of them myself. Okay, wow. I was thinking about getting a lip ring, too. You think it looked good on me? Beck analyzed Nikki's face for a moment.
Nope.
No. Nikki's expression fell. I think a nose ring would look way better. Really? I'll see what there is. Maybe there's a piercing shop nearby. Nikki wandered to some other displays in the store. With Beck, Margot looked around the store. Beck absentmindedly looked at ear gauges. After a minute, she turned to Margot. Are your ears pierced? Want me to pierce them? Is that a good idea? Beck gestured to her own ears. I obviously think it's a great idea. After a while, they left the shop. Nikki had a small bag in hand. I think it's close time. You're insatiable. We looked at clothes a week ago. 2 weeks? Nikki veered towards the department store. Beck and Margot trailed behind. At the entrance of the store were various cosmetics and jewelry displays. Beck glanced around. Huh, friendship bracelets. Huh? There's a set for making, is it macrame bracelets? Have you ever made these? A couple of times in middle school. Excuse me. These look fancier, though. Right? I didn't know fancy ones existed. Come on, slowpokes. Margot looked back at the bracelets. Me too, go ahead. I'm gonna check out something over here. Beck whimpered a bit. I hate clothes shopping. Come on, you can help me pick stuff out. Beck begrudgingly followed. Margot went over to where she saw the display. They weren't too expensive, and it was something she could make herself. It felt like a nice gift. Different types of rope and beads were on display. Margot considered what to get. Ooh. Yeah. Let's give them a Beck. Yeah. Margot quickly made her purchase and put it in her backpack. Walking back over to Beck and Nikki, Margot idly wondered what those two would talk about. Nikki loved to gossip. Margot was a little afraid of what the gossip could be. She found them a giant pile of clothing in Beck's arms. Beck looked up at Margot. Help. It's not that bad. Margot came over. I just asked her if she could help pick and carry stuff. I hate it. She also keeps asking me, shh, that's between us. Shh. Beck rolled her eyes. I'm choosing the next store. After walking outside the mall, they go to the hardware store nearby. Outside by the gardening supply area, Nikki and Margot settled into the lawn chairs on display.
Are you kidding me?
You two are gonna sit outside? Yeah. Your loss. Beck turned and went in. Nikki leaned over to watch her walk in, waiting for her to disappear around the corner. Once Beck was out of sight, she turned to Margot with a sly smile. So, what's going on with you and Beck? What do you mean? She obviously likes you. Yeah, we're friends. No, I mean she likes you. Does this have to do with that rumor at school? No, this is based on my research. Research? I forced her to admit it while you were away. Or I'd pile on more clothing like the Salem witch trials. Margot felt embarrassed.
Seriously?
You two were talking about me? Yeah, duh. So tell me, do you like her? I like her. Oh, you can like Clara? Really? Interesting. Margot stared at her hands in her lap. Aw, I do like her. Ha! I knew it. Have you told her?
No.
This is new for me. I don't know how to. Well, she's kind of a blunt weirdo. You could probably just tell her. Oh my gosh. This means you're coming out, right? Margot covered her face with her hands. Is this the sort of thing we should get a cake for? Please, no. Her face was muffled by her hands. Forget I said anything. I just like her, okay? Jeez, you're no fun. Margot looked up to see Beck walking out of the store, a large bag over her shoulder. Hope you two had a nice gossiping session about me. Nikki huffed. No. Yeah, we did. Beck laughed. Is it food time yet? Beck insisted on hamburgers. Burgers! My favorite! After everyone sat down with their trays, Beck dug around in her bag and pulled out some medication. What's that? Medication? For what? For me. Margot noticed the giant pickle pouch Beck brought. What's up with the pickle? It's a hot pickle! Margot, have you never had a hot pickle? No, what is it? A spicy pickle. They're so good. I hate anything spicy. Absolutely no. Margot looked over and noticed Nikki also had a hot pickle. This is gross. Does that mean you don't want your pickles beer? Hey, Margot! Margot turned around to see Jade. Can I sit with you all? Sure. Jade sat down and excitedly turned to Margot. Jade also had a hot pickle. I saw a rumor online. Utada is touring in the U.S. next year. They're going to be in Los Angeles. I'm really trying to figure out if I can see them. That's so cool. Yeah, I guess I know what I'm saving up for now. Would you want to go? I don't know, it really depends. But keep me updated. Getting over her initial excitement, Jade greeted Nikki. Then she turned to Beck. Hey, have we met before? You look familiar. Have you been to the theater?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That must be it then. Oh, this is my friend Beck. She moved here pretty recently. Hey, nice to meet you. Beck smiled. Same to you. Hey, Jade. You have a nose piercing. Yeah, what's up? Did it hurt? I guess. Piercings always hurt. Margot turned to Nikki just in time to see her drink the pickle brine. Ugh. Gross. I could never. Nikki dropped off Margot and Beck at Beck's place. Before Nikki's car even left the block, Margot's phone vibrated with a text. While Beck was busy putting away her gardening haul, Margot checked the message. You know what you have to do. Margot tucked her phone back into her pocket as they walked inside. Oh boy. Beck's mom peeked over from the kitchen. Hey, Becky. Welcome back, Margot. Thank you. I'm working on some dinner. Did y'all eat already? Yep. Margot set her back down by the stairs. Beck turned to Margot. Want to go for a walk? Sure. Beck's neighborhood felt very different from Margot's at night. Street lamps lined the streets, and the dull sound of people readying and eating dinner could be heard from their open windows. So, what did you and Nikki talk about? When? At the hardware store. You two looked pretty worked up when I got back. Oh, that. Margot laughed to herself, trying to quickly come up with an explanation. We were talking about some old gossip from high school. Really? Yep, really. I was so sure it was about something else. Like what? Margot's hands felt clammy. Well, when you were away, Nikki started asking me about you, and I have a feeling she's not great at keeping secrets. No, not at all. Beck grimaced. Great. I think I talk too much. What is it? Well, she asked me if I like you. Margot kept her gaze on the road. So, what do you think? What do I think? Yeah. She couldn't look at Beck. Tell her how I feel. The words wouldn't come out. Come on! Come on! Tell her, god damn it! Okay, fine, we'll joke about it. Margot bit her lip. You said you could read my mind or something, right? Beck chuckled. Right. Let's try that then. Beck stopped on the sidewalk. Margot stopped as well. Is it happening? Is it happening? Is it happening? Are we gonna get a chew? Maybe? Beck placed her hand on Margot's shoulder. Margot lifted her hand then slowly up to her face. Think about it really loudly, okay? Margot nodded. She focused on Beck's eyes. Why did she feel so nervous? So far, Beck had been so accepting about everything going on with Margot. But what would it mean for them to be more than friends? What would they do at the end of the summer if it even lasted that long? Margot wasn't good at dating. What if she was throwing away a perfectly good friendship? What would it mean about her? Nikki already made her feel embarrassed for admitting she liked Beck. What would other people say? Parents already made comments about her in the past. How much did any of that matter? Margot breathed in. Beck took a small step closer. Wow. Bit much, don't you think?
Seriously?
Come on. She nudged Beck's hand off her shoulder and turned around. Beck laughed. Kidding. It didn't work. I was already late. They lay in bed, facing each other. After their walk, things felt somewhat tense. Margot wasn't sure what to do or what to say. Beck broke the silence. Do you ever know what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think so. When? You were in my dream a couple of nights ago, with my sister. You remember? Yeah. Who were you talking to? My baby sister. I'm worried. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. That I'm not there for my sister, my mom, my grandma. I'm not doing enough for you. Like I'm just wasting my second chance. It hurt to hear Beck say that about herself. Hey, you're here with your mom and grandma, and the most you can do right now is think of your baby sister, right? Maybe call? Yeah. What more can you do? I wish I could have warned my stepmom about what my dad is like. I wish I could have been a better daughter. All these years I could have called you. Margot looked at her. You put a lot of pressure on yourself. Yeah. But a lot of that stuff isn't your responsibility alone. You can't fix everything around you. I guess not. Beck chuckled a little. I probably sound ridiculous, huh? No, you sound like a really caring person. Beck smiled a little. Takes one to know one. Margot blushed. We're both going to be in California at the end of the summer. Oh, that's right. Would you want to keep hanging out with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You have a car. Oh, not because I'm so caring. I guess that's a good reason, too. Cute. There was a little girl who often sat alone in the corner at recess. She didn't know how to express it, but she was angry and sad. Recently, her parents announced they would be divorcing. The girl would have to spend different parts of the year in different cities in order to see the both of them. She wondered, why couldn't they live in the same city or stay in the same house anymore? What was so wrong with their life right now? Worst of all, she wondered if it was her fault that her family was falling apart. Her parents would argue more and more with each other and with her. She spent more time by herself. During school, she would sit alone, and at home, she would sit alone in front of the television. Scary movies became her favorite. At first, the special effects were scary, but when she realized it was all ketchup, it became pretty funny. One time, while sitting alone, she scanned the playground. She couldn't help but wonder if there were any other children who felt the same way she did. Sure enough, there was another little girl. She sat under a tree on the other side of the schoolyard. She was hunched over, her stringy black hair draped over her face and shoulders. She looked like she could be a vampire in one of the scary movies. The girl thought it would be so cool to be a vampire, but the other girl looked a little sad. She decided to talk to her. Margot woke up to the sun outside softly lighting the room. She stretched a bit, wrapping her arm around her pillow. Everything felt so warm. She closed her eyes. There wasn't really a resolution, but Beck liked her. She nestled closer to her pillow. Beck liked her. Even if nothing happened, it was comforting to know Beck cared about her. That she was valuable to someone. That's overthinking it, isn't it? Something shifted around under Margot. Margot opened her eyes again and looked around. Her heart skipped a beat. Beck. Margot had her arm wrapped around her waist, her head buried into the side of Beck's chest. She panicked. She must have moved in her sleep. Beck's voice was soft. Did you sleep okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess I moved around in my sleep. That's okay. Neither of them moved. Want to spend the night again? I want to, but I can't. What's up? I have to do something with Clara. I have photos from one of my dreams. They're in my bag. What, in real life? Yeah. I need to use them to help my sister. Because of the ghost. Beck sat up. Right. I shouldn't distract you. Margot sat up as well. You're not. Beck shook her head. Okay. Hey, can I see those photos? Yeah, I'll get them. Margot entered her room and set down her backpack. Clara looked up. You're finally home. Yeah, I just chatted with Beck a bit this morning. Clara sighed. About what? Just the photos. Clara scoffed. I'm sure that was productive. Margot grimaced. Did you find anything new? Margot's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. The message was from Beck. Yesterday was a lot of fun. I wish you weren't busy today. Margot blushed. Where are the photos? They're in my bag. Margot unzipped her bag and grabbed the photographs with frames. She placed them across her bed. I guess I need to give these to Helen. Seems that way. Are you ready to do that tonight? I guess. Clara had talked about wanting to take a part of Helen's soul. Margot didn't know what the other option there was. But what was really going on? Margot picked up her laptop. I'm going to see if I got any more messages from her first. I asked if she's noticed anything weird lately. Margot glanced over the messages. There was multiple, with a new one sent every few hours. Some were in the middle of the night, with the most recent one sent that morning. I'm going to visit you. That I can talk to your mom in person. Maybe I can take some of the paintings home with me? Some of your photos on your profile mention your school. You must live nearby, right? How about next weekend? Oh, is this your address? Margot shut her laptop. Her heart was thudding. How did Helen have her address? Was she actually going to show up? Margot turned to Clara. Let's do this tonight. The sooner the better. Margot was back in the apartment. She held the 2 assembled frames and photographs. Near the door, an assortment of thumbtacks and nails were jammed into the wall. Same as last time. Which... Did it matter where she hung the frames? She looked around for a moment, then placed them. The lock clicked. Bedroom door creaked open. Her hand hesitated at the door. Was she alone? She didn't want to be alone for this. With the slightest touch of her hand, the door slowly swung open. She walked inside. In the middle of the room sat a girl. Maybe she did look like the painting aged up, or the user profile picture aged down. Margot couldn't decide. In front of the girl were torn-up family photographs. She weakly brushed her hands across them in a passive effort to reassemble them. I have a daughter your age. We haven't talked for a couple years. She got a job and moved out when she was 16. You also moved out when you were 16, right? I want to prove to you I can be a good mom. I'm better than my mom, so I don't know what my daughter's mad at me about. She doesn't know how bad it can be. She doesn't realize how hard it was to raise her alone. I guess I pushed her away. Things never worked out with her dad. I was so young when I had her. My mom would tell me I was the reason Dad left. I believed that. I played it out over and over. till I had no family left. There was one day I looked in the mirror. I guess those forehead and eye creases. I find new patches of gray hair every day. I have these sunspots on my cheeks that won't go away. I'm so tired and forgetful. You know what I realized standing in the bathroom of my studio apartment? Your young years are meant to be spent making connections, making close family and friends. That way you're not going to die alone in the fucking bathroom of your studio apartment. So you don't end up in the newspaper because they found you 3 months later. My gray hairs represent every moment I wasted by driving away someone who could have been there for me. Now I'm old. That's it. You don't realize that when you're young, but you realize it when you get the gray hairs. Helen stood up, but she did not look at Margot. She walked past her to the doorway. Carefully, she removed the frames from the wall and slipped out the photographs. She walked back in and sat down in her previous spot. Her hands busily tore up the photographs as she stared into the distance. Why? Why was she tearing up the photographs? Margot could have kept them. She should have asked what Helen intended to do with them. I got a second chance. I saw Dad in a dream. He said all I need is family. My daughter doesn't like me? Forget it. Me and Dad can be together now. These photos should have been all that remained of him. But he's dead. Helen looked up at Margot. Her eyes were dark. She smiled. No. He's right here. And he wants the 3 of us all together. Isn't that nice? I'll come visit you and get his ashes. I'm sorry, fucking what? She stood up again. Then we can be one. She turned towards Margot. I'm fucking... excuse me? Margot backed up towards the doorway. I don't want that. Then who will you have left, Margot? You can only trust your family. Margot shook her head. Helen's pace quickened. Margot panicked. She ran to the door, slamming it shut behind her. Damn. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Margot paced around her bedroom with her phone. She half expected a call from Helen. She's coming here. She said that. Yeah, she messaged me that. Said that in my dream. We need to act tonight, then. How do we guarantee the ghost shows up? The incense? It makes me feel sick. I don't think it really works anyway. When had it shown up before? When she visited Beck. Clara was right. Beck was also at risk of nothingness. Beck needs to come over. The ghost showed itself when the 3 of us were together. We could figure something out without her. Margot shook her head. No, she knows it's dangerous for her, too. She needs to be involved. Stubborn. Margot rolled her eyes. She pulled her text with Beck. Don't you need to ask your mother first? Margot looked up. Yeah. Margot sat on the brick fence watching Beck's car pull up to the park. Beck got out and walked over to Margot. She hopped onto the fence to sit next to Margot.
Hey.
Waiting on me? Margot glanced behind her at the trailer, just in time to see her mother move away from the window. I wanted to talk with you before going in. Beck tilted her head. About the ghost situation, right?
No.
I guess about staying over. Okay. My mom doesn't like me having people over, and stuff is broken. It's kind of embarrassing, but I can help you with how stuff works in the bathroom. There's a can you need to fill with water and pour that into the toilet. Beck looked confused. Hey, it's fine. Let's head inside. Beck turned around on the fence and hopped off. Margot reluctantly followed. The 2 of them stood on the porch. Before Beck could knock, Margot's mother slid open the door. Her hand hung awkwardly in the air before she switched to offering a handshake. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for letting me stay over. Margot's mother ignored the handshake instead of focusing on Margot. Are you going to behave?
Yes.
If you don't, your little friend will have to go home.
Yes.
I started a new job, so I need to sleep early. Do not wake me up.
Yes.
And I won't drive her home if she gets homesick.
Yes.
If she gets culture shock, I don't want to hear any complaints.
Yes.
I'm not paying any babysitting fees.
Yes.
Her mother stepped outside and sat down in front of the television. Her shows were playing. Margot hurried back to her room. Once Margot closed the door, Beck turned around and stared at her. Beck's voice was an uncertain whisper.
What?
What the fuck was that? What's she even talking about? What? Oh, Nikki stayed over one time and wanted to go home early, so my mom had to drive her. How old were you at the time? 11? Are you mad at me? Never mind. After a moment of explanation, they sat down on the floor in a circle. So, you think the 3 of us together attracts the ghost? Yeah, that seemed to work before. What do we do then? I have some ideas. Margot frowned. She knew what Clara was going to say. You want me to get a fragment of a soul, right? Huh? What does that mean? Margot needs to cut away a piece of someone's soul to rebuild her own. It's for the benefit of all three of us. As long as Margot doesn't have a soul, we're in danger of being stuck in nothingness. And what exactly does that mean? Clara sighed. Because Margot's soul belongs to the demons, so does ours. When she dies, we die. There won't be an afterlife for us because the demon will be using us. Because of our blood bond. Yes. So Margot, we either get it from the ghost or your sister. This feels so wrong. Margot stared down on her lap. Beck, you think it's messed up to take a piece of someone's soul, right? Margot glanced up at Beck. Their eyes
Take
met.
it from the ghost.
What?
Come on, think about it. It's like a movie monster. If we keep running, it'll catch us first.
Clara sighed.
Really? That's your reasoning?
Beck's expression was too serious. What are you really thinking? Who do you think the ghost is? I don't know.
I don't know. How could I know?
I have a guess.
I do too. Margot looked between both of them.
What? What am I supposed to do with that? Do you think I should take his soul to get back at him or something? That I should be worse than him? Do you both think that's the kind of person I am?
Beck looked at Margot, her eyes
Hey,
wide.
no, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, you can't let him win. He's the one trying to get back at you.
Okay.
What do I need to do? Clara nodded to Margot's nightstand. You have a knife. You have a knife? Yeah. Margot leaned across Beck, opening the nightstand drawer. Beck moved away as Margot pulled out a knife in the leather sheath. Where'd you get that? It was his. Oh. What do I need to do with it? We need to prepare it for cutting the soul. Physically? Yes, like an organ. Why did your dad have a knife like that? Clara stood up, setting up the incense. Margot sighed. I hate that stuff. The first step is that you need to pass the knife through the incense. Margot got up. She approached the incense, holding up the knife. She slowly swiped it through. Like this?
Yes.
Now, you need to cut your hair with it. Margot took a small clump of her hair and hacked off the tip. She held the hair in her hand. Place the hair and knife under your pillow. It'll be ready for you tonight. Margot nodded, placing everything under her pillow. Your knife will only be usable in your dreams. You won't be able to cut anything normally with it.
Okay.
Margot set up a spot for Beck on the floor. Last night, Helen mentioned wanting her father's ashes. Was it just so she could keep a part of him? Or was it so the ghost had more human remains to eat? In any case, he wasn't sure where her mother put the ashes. At least for now, it should be safe if her mother was watching it. I want to know something. Before we see this ghost. What is it?
It's more of a question for Clara. What do you plan to do once Margot gets a soul?
I'll have a body, and I'll leave.
Where will this body come from? Actually, where did that cat body come from?
Beck turned to
Have you
Margot.
ever asked her about that?
Clara
You don't
scowled.
know anything.
Such as what you actually look like?
You should watch yourself. You're not even human.
Beck laughed.
You really think that?
Let me take your photo then. You mean like that creepy one of Margot? Absolutely not. If you have nothing to hide, it'll be a normal photo. Beck glared at her. I don't have to prove anything to you. How about we take a photo of you? Clara's stare was intense. She had never seen that expression before. Margot felt herself shaking. Sorry, Margot. Beck turned away, busying herself with her overnight bag. Clara turned away as well. Eventually they went to sleep. No dream? No dream? Interesting. Margot hadn't expected to sleep through the night. She checked the time on her phone. Hopefully she wasn't running late for work. Flipping it open, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was Sunday anyway. Looking around the room, she saw Clara and Beck peacefully sleep. She heard a soft couple of knocks on her door. Her mother peered in. Her voice was a gentle whisper. About ready to get up? We have a guest. Let's get breakfast. Margot groggily rubbed her eyes. Her mother smiled and closed the door again. Who do you wake up first? Beck. Margot crouched down next to Beck to gently shake her shoulder. She was wide awake but didn't seem to notice Margot.
Hey.
Oh, hey. Margot furrowed her eyebrows. Everything okay? Yeah, sorry, I had a weird dream. Want to get breakfast? Beck slowly sat up, stretching her arms up to the ceiling. Yeah, sure. Margot's mother was at the door again. Are you up? We need to head out before it gets too crowded. Yes. Margot glanced at Clara. Looked like she'd have to let Clara sleep in. Maybe she could bring back takeout for her? Does she even eat, actually? They arrived at the diner. Margot looked around. Who were they meeting here? She didn't recognize anyone. Her mother walked around a booth with a lone woman sitting in it, her back towards them. Her hair was dark like Margot's. Margot and Beck trailed behind, eventually sitting down opposite of the woman and Margot's mother. Wow, it's so nice to finally meet all of you. How was the drive? Not too bad. Margot's mother turned towards Margot. So do you recognize her yet?
No.
After you told me she'd been messing you on Lake Peter, I decided to find her myself. Got to talking, and I invited her to visit us. Beck nudged Margot. Did you know? No. I only wish I reached out sooner. Helen smiled at Margot. Did you think we'd get to meet in person? I'm surprised, yeah. Helen turned her smile towards Beck. And who's your friend? I'm Beck. Nice to meet you. Her attention was back at Margot's mother. I guess we have a lot to catch up on. We certainly do.
Hi, son. You want attention, son? My son. He wants...
After breakfast, Helen joined them at Margot's to catch up.
Happy son.
Helen and Margot's mother eagerly talked about their happy memories of Margot's father. Margot stared at the wall, trying to tune them out. Beck sat quietly, idling away on her phone. After a moment, Margot's phone buzzed. You okay? Yeah, it's just weird for me. Want me to make an excuse for us to leave? Margot? Margot. Margot looked up, putting her phone away. Yeah? I don't mean to interrupt, but could we go for a walk? Just you and me? Margot turned to Beck. Is that okay? Of course. I was thinking I should take some ashes home with me. I could find a locket for them. Do you know where they are? No. You'd need to ask my mom. Okay, I'll do that when we get back. Hi, son. Margot looked up at Helen. Why do you want his ashes? To remember him. Do you remember the last time you saw him? Helen stopped. I do. Margot stopped beside her. Why would you want a reminder of that? He's still my dad. You have to forgive family. No, you fucking don't. It was my fault anyway. How? Something like that could never be your fault. You don't have to forgive him. You don't have to give someone a pass because they're family. You wouldn't understand. You're too young to understand. My family loved him. They thought it was a shame that he left my mom. And then after what happened, did you know how much grief they gave me? How I was responsible for him cutting off all contact? Unlike you, I had to grow up without a dad. The guys my mom brought around only made it worse. No one can understand exactly, but I get some of it. My mom told me what happened to you, and she laughed about it. From my experience, I believed it. He was weird to me, too. I'm working on moving on now that he's gone, but I don't think I'll ever forgive him. Helen stared at Margot. You really don't get it. Being a parent is hard. He did a lot of nice things for both of us. Just because he hurt me once doesn't mean I'm going to forget about all the times he was nice. My daughter did that to me. It doesn't feel good. Helen deeply sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Margot flinched. This is what I'm talking about. You don't understand because you don't have kids of your own. That's not it. There are unforgivable things. It's especially worse when your parent does them. You're supposed to be able to trust them no matter what. They're people too. I'm not talking about lying or losing your temple or something. What he did was serious. Men are just like that. No, they're fucking not. Let's head back. I'll ask your mom about the ashes. Are you sure you don't remember seeing them somewhere? Margot lay in her room staring at the ceiling. Beck was asleep. My God. Nearby, Margot wasn't sure how long Helen planned to be in town. Her mother was putting on a show of being a good host. They both seemed to be pretending everything was fine, but there was no past that they disagreed on. Everything was fine. Everything was forgivable. Margot gritted her teeth. It felt like she was the one losing her mind. The only one who would acknowledge what her father was actually like. If anything, she wanted to find the assets so she could destroy them. Spread them to the wind so no traces would exist of the last person she let hurt her. She could almost laughed. Even she couldn't help thinking that way sometimes. She wondered if they were in her mother's closet in that white box. Maybe if the ashes were gone, things would be normal again. It can't be that easy. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Alright. It is past 11, and I am past time, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave it there. I'm probably gonna finish this in the morning, because I actually like this. Let me see who is alive. Let me see. Oh, Melisma Betzeles. Mama, we're gonna read the memo. Memo. If my Twitch would load. Hey, I'll take this. Load, goddammit. Load, goddammit. Thank you. Alright, there's the raid message. We're gonna raid the Mau, who's playing, Code Vein, I think? Which I've never played, but I've definitely heard of it. But she is one of my bestest friendos, so, go send her some love. I'll be streaming again, in the morning, around 11 a.m., and then at 3 p.m., no, not 3 p.m., 7 p.m. again tomorrow night. I'm gonna try to finish this game, and then I'm gonna get onto the next keymailer, key game that I have. I believe I'm gonna do the horror ones, so I'm gonna finish this one, and then do HIBR, which is the other horror one that I own. And then we'll just slowly work through the rest of them that I have. But I thoroughly enjoyed this. It's a really good visual novel. The writing style is really good. I enjoy the characters, the dark aesthetics, like the family issues, the trauma and the like emotional struggles that they all have. Like, it's really relatable. And also there's some good horror imagery and stuff in there too that I really enjoy. I love psychological horror stuff, and this is like a good mix of visual novel, psychological horror, and also, you know, LGBT, so it's really, really cool. Yeah, thanks everybody so much for stopping by the stream. Thank you to the developers of Devil's Liminal for giving me a free key for this, and thank you Keymailer for allowing me this opportunity to do this. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!